units that are subject to this or that type of control and supervision. I'd also like to highlight that the subjects of control and supervision include only those subjects of technical regulation that have relation to any that have some relation with the consumers. But taking into account the approach that aims to reduce the administrative load upon the business, today the assessment of mandatory requirements for products is implemented as part of the marking system, and the special risk indicators are used. Rospotrebnadzor has been mentioning yesterday a lot the labeling, and I would like to highlight that Rospotrebnadzor is the key authority that controls and supervises, oversees the digital labeling of products. Today, in Russian Federation, there is state information monitoring system,
которая является эффективным инструментом, позволяющим предотвращать попадание некачественной продукции на рынок. В 2023 году служба приступила к проведению контрольно-надзорных мероприятий по индикаторам риска, которые формируются на основе данных.
Develop the risk indicators that is developed based on the data that is provided on this information system. At the moment, 47 risk indicators have been developed, 47 of which are related to product labeling. Based on 14,000 risk indicator alarms, more than 4,000 control and supervision events have been implemented by Rospotrebnadzor.
Решения, связанные с оборотом некачественной продукции. В рамках 4000 проведенных проверок по индикаторам риска было проинспектировано более 1 миллиона единиц продукции. Вот пятая часть, которая находилась в продаже.
Of the products that were in sales, 46,000 were sold with the violation of a technical regulation. Based on the results of all the control and supervision with activities, we withdraw these low-quality products from the market and from the circulation. First of all, I'd like to highlight that we combat not only the representatives of unscrupulous business, but those who do this directly, consciously, and they...
Мы еще видим, что не только мы используем инструмент маркировки, но и легальный бизнес. И в этом плане Роспотребнадзору нет нужды проверять тех, кто добросовестно соблюдает обязательные требования. В этом
does not have the necessity to check, to inspect those business representatives who are voluntarily using this tool. That is briefly what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much, Natalia Sergeyevna. I believe you will also join the discussion later. I would like to give the floor now to Mikhail Anatolievich Yereshenko. He is an expert in pharmaceutical and food supplements. Yesterday at Marketplace session, we've been discussing socially significant group. And Mikhail Anatolievich, would you kindly share during your presentation what...
И, пожалуйста, коснитесь в том числе электронных площадок. Вчера вот представители электронных площадок говорили, что, по их мнению, ответственность должна быть на производителе и поставщике. Что вы думаете по этому поводу, пожалуйста?
Попробую на этой теме сказать.
We deal with the food supplement, and I will be speaking about mainly food supplements. Since we've been working this field since 2016, the key problem is the post-registry control that quite often is lacking, and as a result, we are not aware of what is there in the market and what hinders the unscrupulous or sometimes the honest manufacturer to provide additional information about the food supplement. For instance, the Tadalafil, the supplement that is for men, or ibutramine that is for the weight loss correction.
Регистрацию все у них более-менее хорошо, потом мы не знаем, что находится на рынке. Ну, продолжу тему анализа и его отсутствия. Это то, что методики оценки БАД не всегда соответствуют современным требованиям. Многие из них разрабатаны давно и не под этот конкретный продукт, а под другие. И они как бы распространяются в том числе на специализированную продукцию, в том числе на БАДы. Хотя есть апробированные методы, те же фармакопейные методы, есть единая фармакопея ЕАЭС. Можно эти методы попытаться перенести в БАДы и в другое спецпитание, потому что более-менее апробированные методы. Далее. Еще Ой, если можно, презентацию мою. Там это
Ребят, пожалуйста, включите презентацию. Да. Ярошенко.
Ярошенко. То я смотрю, себя вижу, а презентацию не вижу. Еще такой конкретно... Есть. Значит, дальше еще бы хотелось остановить то, что никогда практически не делалось в БАДах и не делается. Это, я бы назвал это анализом формы. То есть таблетки, есть капсулы, есть другие виды БАДов. Но никогда не делается анализ именно формы. То есть известные методы истирания, распадаемость, растворение этих таблеток. То есть это как показатель качества очень важный. Он применяется, естественно, в лекарственных средствах, но нет в аналогичной продукции в БАДах. И мы не знаем, условно говоря, войдя в организм, таблетка растворится, распадется в желудке или нет, или наоборот распадется раньше времени. И в общем-то, во многих случаях, когда мы сталкивались на производстве с БАДами, мы спрашивали иногда в аналитических лабораториях, там, где они есть на производстве, а делаете ли вы эти методы анализа? Многие говорили честно, а зачем? Мы понимаем, что ничего не будет растворяться, ничто не выйдет из этого биологически активной добавки к пище в том виде, в котором она есть. Увы, это так. Далее, практически отсутствует какая-либо проверка производства БАД. Наша компания проводит иногда инспекционное производство для своих клиентов. Мы видели разные заводы. Есть прекрасные заводы, разработанные, спроектированные, построенные по всем правилам надлежащей производственной практики, в том числе и такой, которая была проведено для лекарственных средств. Но есть заводы, которые не соответствуют никаким требованиям практически. Это приспособленные, или вернее даже не приспособленные помещения с непонятно каким оборудованием. Из документации у них есть та документация, которая была только при регистрации, то есть регистрационное досье. Никаких других документов практически нет. Анализ продукции проводится, по сути, никогда. Когда мы просили иногда показать, как они проводят анализ своей продукции на безопасность, они ссылаются, что они проводят ее в СЭС, мы попросили показать. Анализ был, хотя у них где-то записано, что он делается раз в квартал, анализ был полуторагодовалой давности, видимо, при какой-то проверке, проведенной соответствующим образом. Далее никакой проверки по этой продукции не проводилось. И это встречается очень и очень часто. Далее, но вместе с тем технический регламент 21 требует наличия разработанной и внедренной и поддерживаемой системы качества на основе ХАСП. Но при этом он не требует ее ни сертификации, ни проверки ее наличия. То есть, да, вы должны ее сделать, но никто не проверяет, сделано это или нет. Да, есть производители, у которых сертифицированное производство и по 9001 ISO, и по ГОСТам серии 22000, то есть, собственно, ХАСП. Есть даже те, кто имеет импортные сертификаты GMP, я имею в виду российских производителей. Но есть и такие, у которых нет ничего, и они в общем-то, живут спокойно и хорошо, у них все хорошо. При этом у нас есть такой документ, как ГОСТ Р-56-202 2014 года. Называется «Национальный стандарт Российской Федерации продукции пищевая, биологически активные добавки к пище. Требования к производству в соответствии с принципами надлежащей производственной практики». К сожалению, этот ГОСТ, то, что называется национальный стандарт, по всему поводу выполнения его не обязательно. И сейчас у нас опять идут разговоры о том, чтобы ввести некие правила GMP для производства БАД. Но вот есть этот ГОСТ, он действующий. Можно на основе его начать хотя бы эту деятельность, а в дальнейшем, да, он не очень новый, да, он не охватывает всех требований, но можно на его основе начать, а потом уже его в дальнейшем как бы развить, как это обычно делается с ГОСТами, и прийти постепенно к тому, чтобы наши производства отвечали требованиям соответствующим при производстве БАД. Это то, что касается различных видов анализа. Далее мы коснемся тому, что делается с БАДами на рынке. Так, вторая проблема – это сейчас наличие запрещенных веществ в зарегистрированных БАДах. К сожалению, это встречается. Это можно объяснить разночениями в техническом регламенте 21-го Таможенного союза, нечеткостью формулировок, расплывчатостью понятий. И грешит этим не только Армения, на которую чаще всего ссылается, но это есть, попадается и в Российской Федерации, и в Казахстане, по крайней мере, попадалось. И в последнее время в России была и продолжается история с БАДами, которые содержат в своем составе метионин и симитикон, он же полимедиксилоксан, он же Е900. Выявлены в обращении эти БАДы, и сейчас они активно изымаются с помощью системы «Честный знак» в том числе, но это же показало все и недостатки в законодательстве в области БАД. Можно доказывать, что мелатонин, тот же самый, получается из косточки вишни, но мы все знаем, что это гормон шишковидной железы, и никакая вишня здесь ни при чем. А вот что показало еще, это то, что в принципе нет полного, нет до конца разработанного законодательства в этой области. То есть, что делать, если свидетельство государственной регистрации выдано в одной стране, а недостатки обнаружились в другой? Четкой процедуры, насколько мы понимаем, в отношении таких свидетельств о государственной регистрации нет, и хорошо бы их доработать. Вот. И это выявлено-то только, в общем-то, два вещества, а дальше идет что? Гамма-аминомасляная кислота, которая есть на рынке. Это ацетилцистеин, противокашлевое лекарственное средство. Это, собственно, наличие на рынке БАДы, содержащие дрожжевые грибы, которые запрещены приложением 5 техническому регламенту 21. Это все присутствует на рынке. И, соответственно, это вот примеры. Вот, БАД, который продается, N-ацетилцистеин, мелатонин, симитикон. Вот эти все БАДы, они на рынке есть, и борьба с ними должна вестись. По всему поводу наличие этих БАДов, в которых содержится, собственно говоря, лекарственные средства, это обман потребителя, неизвестно к чему приводящий. Также мы бы хотели, также в этой области, связанное с ними, это большие дозы витаминов. В частности, вот, всем известного витамина D. В период, когда был ковид, появились БАДы с высоким содержанием витаминов D. 2000, 5000, даже 10 тысяч единиц в одной таблетке. Четкие нормы, изложенные в ТРТС 22 и в единых требованиях санитарно-гигиенических норм, дают, что адекватный уровень потребления витамина D – это 400. Высший допустимый уровень потребления для пищевых продуктов 600 международных единиц в сутки. И мы имеем 10 тысяч. Что это? Лекарственные средства или нет? В лекарственных средствах иногда бывают более низкие дозы этого витамина. Кроме того, есть еще лекарственные экстракты, известные. Вот примеры это витамина D, который есть на рынке. Есть еще лекарственные экстракты, в том числе всеми любимый, всеми известный гинкобилоба, которая бывает в биологических активных добавках в дозах 40, 60, 80, иногда и 360 миллиграмм этого экстракта. А есть референтный лекарственный препарат, который содержит всего 40 миллиграмм, и в соответствии с пунктом 14 статьи 8 ТРТС-21 его должно быть в БАДах не более 20 миллиграмм. Это все присутствует на рынке. И все участники прекрасно понимают, что они идут нарушения сознательно, делают мнимые и даже настоящие риски на таблетках витамина D, говоря о том, что потребитель должен разделить его на эти самые, чтобы иметь в сутки не больше этих самых 600 международных единиц витамина. Но у этого же производителя есть зарегистрированные БАДы с нормальной дозировкой того же самого витамина D. Что это дает? Это дает то, что потребитель пьет высокие дозы витамина, но если это будет изыматься на рынке, то все репутационные потери и финансовые потери при этих изъятиях, видимо, ничто по сравнению с той прибылью, которую они получают сознательно, идя на нарушение. Еще одна проблема происхождения продукции, особенно на маркетплейсах. Вот пример продукции, когда на БАДах нет ни единого слова по-русски и ни на каких других языках, при этом значки стран Германия, США, Норвегия, но при этом в карточке продукта на маркетплейсах стоит страна производства Россия. Так кто же произвел этот товар? Может ли потребитель в этом разобраться? И не является все-таки это контрафактом, когда мы говорим здесь на этикетке, что это продукт, произведен в Германии, а в карточке стоит, что все-таки это Россия. Далее. Еще, есть еще пример, в принципе, официально зарегистрированных БАДов, которые также распространяются и через аптеки, и через маркетплейсы. В общем-то, картинка. БАДы очень сильно недешевые. И на упаковке нет ни слова по-русски, а сзади приклеен стикер с вполне себе полной информацией, которая должна быть при государственной регистрации. Мелким шрифтом все написано правильно, в том числе производитель. Хотя в маркетплейсах, даже в аптечных, стоит страна производства Германия. Флаг ее и все прочее. Но БАД произведен в России у известного российского производителя, и что произведено в Германии, непонятно. То ли это ингредиенты, то ли это рецептура принадлежит Германии, а скорее всего просто упаковка сделана в Германии, и в принципе почти ничего не нарушает продавец, выдавая эту продукцию за немецкую, хотя она произведена в России. Может ли в этом разобраться отечественный потребитель, даже который способен выложить достаточно сотни тысяч рублей за эту упаковку, и поймет, поможет она ему или нет? Это все, увы, так у нас происходит на рынке. Вообще, что касается...
Михаил Анатольевич, пожалуйста, минуту, потому что у нас много
коротко,
участников.
Да, извините, значит, хочу сказать, что у нас то, что БАДы, это БАДы. Вернее, как обычно, что такое, если у нас копира, это ксерокс, если машина внедорожная, это джип, а все, что в таблетках, но не лекарства, это БАДы. И на маркетплейсах существуют самые различные добавки, которые выдаются за БАДы, за спортивное питание и прочее. И все это не является ничем. При этом они содержат и высокие дозы витаминов, и запрещенные вещества, в том числе гормоны, в том числе
На самом деле вы показали поверхностный уровень, вы меня простите, коротко, если финализировать, это первое, самое распространенное, это уход от оценки соответствия в виде государственной регистрации, это самое первое, основное. И уже сейчас нормы регуляторные позволяют избавиться от этих продуктов, и мы знаем эти механизмы, и в рамках проекта «Не рискуй, проверь», который я вчера говорил, намеченные мероприятия вместе с регулятором, с Роспотребнадзором, с Росаккредитацией нужно реализовывать. Второй слой – это плохое производство, то, что показывает показатель по микробиологии, который мы выявляем, да. Третий – это завышение или занижение дозировок. Мы говорим в том числе и у добросовестных производителей. Умышленное завышение, да. А также это сильно действующие и другие запрещенные вещества. Но Михаил Анатольевич уже пошел в самую глубину, он уже начал говорить в том числе и о методиках, и нам тоже есть о чем здесь поговорить, потому что у нас есть уже аналитика определенная, мы видим, что разные ГОСТы применяются при анализе качества и дают разные показатели. Но на самом деле, Михаил Анатольевич, это уже разговор для рабочих встреч, для конкретных, да, поэтому...
Коротко, 1 минуту. Кроме этого, еще законодательные недостатки. Хорошо бы объединить всю базу, касающуюся специализированного питания, из нескольких тех регламентов и методических рекомендаций в один документ, чтобы учитывалось и возрастные и прочие вещи, входящие в спецпродукты питания, в одном документе, чтобы было это все ясно. Сделать единый реестр, чтобы все было единообразно в реестре ЕЭК по БАДам, потому что одни страны дают состав, другие нет. Одни страны дают срок годности.
Это тоже нет. Все для рабочей группы. Вот Наталья Сергеевна все записывала, и мы, конечно же, все передадим. Да, спасибо большое. Да, спасибо. Давайте поаплодируем. Очень глубокий доклад. Но это самая поверхность в наших экспертных мнениях. Дальше я попрошу к нам присоединиться Ивана Николаевича. Это директор по развитию СРО Союз производителей БАТ к пище. Неделю назад я был на конференции производителей БАТ, и там в том числе мы говорили о правоприменительной практике. Я увидел, насколько компетентны специалисты данной ассоциации. Мы наметили также рабочее совещание синхронизации своих знаний в ближайшее время.
Иван Николаевич, are you online with us? We can hear you well. Please, you have 7 minutes. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll try to keep up with the time frame. And I would like to start my presentation with some clarification of the violations regarding our product category.
Вопрос.
To my mind, the declaration refers to
продукты, которые мимикрируют под БАТ, выглядят визуально как БАТ, зачастую имеют схожий дисклеймер, не является лекарственным средством, да, который у нас, согласно требованиям маркировки, упаковки, в общем-то, обязан быть нанесен в продукцию. Это продукты, которые не относятся к нашей категории. Если мы посмотрим подробнее в данной декларации, мы увидим, что это, в общем-то, пищевые добавки, комплексные пищевые добавки, которые нас отсылают по регуляторике к 29-му техническому регламенту Таможенного союза. И если посмотреть техрегламент несколько поглубже, 8-я статья техрегламента гласит, что подобные, в общем-то, пищевые продукты запрещены к розничной реализации, за исключением истинных добавок: пищевая сода, лимонная кислота, ряд красителей и подсластителей. То есть это фактически такая вот контрафактная продукция, да, когда в связи со схожестью терминов, схожестью названий потребителя вводят в заблуждение. И здесь вот данный тип нарушений можно на самом деле разделить на две части. С одной стороны, это продукция, которая производится на территории стран ЕС, да, зачастую в России просто таким образом избегается какая-то регистрация, упрощается производство, уход из-под контроля. А с другой стороны, это продукция, которая ввозится на территорию российского государства через
via the EAEU states, including this is the huge pool of transport violations when the product gets into the circulation within our states, our countries, but the entrepreneur, if he transports the product from Belarus, then that is not subject to customs declaration. Based on our analytics, during this 6 months' time, we've recorded this kind of supplements and additives at marketplaces, and every marketplace has about 30% growth of this kind of product cards, and this is related to our opinion with the fact that they are withdrawing from the labeling system. When they withdraw the product from the labeling system, there is no necessity to mark to the product. But that, first and foremost, is the risk to well-being and health. Unfortunately, these kind of cases do take place because the product, as the previous speaker has mentioned, quite often contains prohibited elements and they may be unregistered pharmaceutical substances. And we see a very active growth of the hormonal drugs and many other pharmaceutical substances that and the honest sign system allowed us to find out this kind of transborder suppliers that make these kind of violations. I believe that this requires a systematic approach in order to resolve the problem. I'm not sure if the colleagues from regulatory authority will agree with me, but maybe we could cancel the monitoring and moratorium, and that would help us. Regarding the marketplaces, unfortunately, I wasn't present yesterday at the session devoted to marketplaces, but I would like to highlight that this problem, first and foremost, relates to the initial control and the lack of liability, because marketplace is is like a digital digital platform that does not bear any liabilities, and there is no joint liability between the supplier and the platform itself. Maybe we need to provide a rather strict restrictions at the input, and it engages many players like pharmacies. I've been looking at the sales platforms on the internet yesterday, and I can state that more than 1,000 product cards, including the products that have the state registry and they had the labeling. And there were also products that did not have state registry certificate de facto, and de jure, they are not actually supplements as such. And there were also products that are being sold based on declaration. We should probably, within our working groups, consider the amendment to the approach of a declaration system for foods products. That is probably beyond the supplements category, but for me, it was quite crucial. Yesterday, I found the pharmaceutical suspense, Nurofen, produced in Thailand, and I've seen a very systemic violation of pharmaceutical production, which did bear the risk of well-being and health. We see the opportunity to introduce the maybe non-trial, pre-trial prohibition of this kind of.
Введение подобных мер заблокировано.
So they have blocked approximately 7,000 productions. So unfortunately, my time is coming over, and I would like to finalize saying thank you for the interaction with colleagues. Thank you very much. We can say that you're a very professional speaker. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we will consider in working groups and the ways of the solution and the algorithm of the solutions. When I was in conference last week, I heard that the Association of the producers of the supplements have blocked about 400 declarations. Ivan Nikolaevich said, yes, indeed, in two forums, the fact that these supplements, they are on marketplace, are they exist, but de jure they are like food additives. Artyom Mailovich Samuilov also will be speaking about the food additives after. At 10 a.m. we'll be connecting Maxim Yuryevich Zalazaev. Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you very much to be here in front of you. Please, can you show my presentation? Today's our discussion is connected with food supplements. I would like to talk mostly about the food, like superfoods that are positioning themselves as a production that helps us to live. In this slide, you can see two concepts in accordance with the dictionary of Dahl, and that gives this explanation. So it means consumer is waiting like some kind of magic from this kind of food. But we hope and know that one of the best food is the food that does not increase our weight. So in the dictionary, it is explained like a food which is rich with some components and ingredients that is very useful for the health of the human. So superfood, it is first of all used in 1920 in USA at the marketing, at the advertisement. So first of all, it was some kind of banana. There was a company that have advertised about the banana, that they are very good for the health. What can you prepare from, cook from banana? So banana, from the perspective that it's like that the banana can solve many problems. So this photo is made by me in a shopping center. So you can see the herbal that contains the ingredients with super fiber, which is very, very useful, and it can delete and remove the cholesterol. One more thing and one more type of the superfood from the cartoon, 30s and 40s years in USA. So using this food, you can feel yourself like a Superman, to have super force. And it is confirmed that spina rich with the good elements for the health, and is rich for the iron, and it was very interesting for the children and for adults. But after the test with iron in the laboratory, they confused with the sentence, and they've just confused with the comma. So it means that there was no more iron than in nettle. So the sale of the spina grew for many times. One more example about the raspberry. Blueberry. So it's considered to be one of the superfood because it helps your vision and also it works like antioxidants. But in 2014, this test was removed totally because those data that was done about the blueberry was not confirmed, and this research was deleted from the website of America. But anyway, producers use this explanation for the marketing and for promotion of blueberry. And of course, consumer thinking that it has such a possibility or to yes, such properties can buy the any kind of, for example, medicines with the blueberry. So what about the so we have some kind of illnesses, and the people would like mostly to find the solution for to remove or to get rid of such illnesses with the help of nutrients. So, and include these nutrients and their food. In this slide, you can see the research of bio market of superfoods. So, so the amount, total amount is 183.58 billion USD, the turnover of this market. So in 2034, it will grow till 330.67 billion USD, which will be like growth of 6.1% of growth. So, and in many countries like India and China, the growth of the superfood totaled by 6%. Also, so the healthy lifestyle products still is growing. Beside that, those products they're very expensive. So of course, this is the result of maybe marketing, and by this, of course, the sellers can get like good benefit. So the growth of the sale for the health lifestyle food totals like grew more than 15 or 20% for the last year. But anyway, we have some decrease, but beside this decrease, consumers still buy, and there is like a purchasing power. So as for the of course, for those products and food, we have specialized shops. So they position themselves like enzymed product. We cannot understand by what way, but this is like a list of the that totals 100 types of products. So the label, the photo of label that you can see, this is all about the product. And the expiry date of the product does not have any limitation. So, and it's positioned like medicine for all the type of illnesses. So, which is given by the declaration of compliance on the website of the producer. I did not get the but I've just taken the information from the website of producer. So this product is like food additive. So 22 is food additive, 21 is labeling, and mm, I can say that not less important, as you say on the slide, the test report. It was taken from the website of producer. This is the annex to the declaration. All this, the quantity of production which was declared, and in accordance with the website, many of them are sold in the market, even if it's prohibited. And I believe that the controlling organization should think about it. And this is not all. You can see the rest of the list. This is the list of those products that are sold in the market and does not have any expiry date, and allows to leave people very happy and very long. And the checking process and the testing were carried out on the basis of one test report. Thank you very much for your attention. I've tried to be brief and short. I believe that we can continue on the platform of working group and discuss further. Thank you very much. I would like to connect to our forum, Maxim Tazaev. Maxim Borisovich, are you here with us? He is the Deputy Director on the Federal Service on Federal Accreditation Service. Maxim Borisovich, yes, we can hear you. I would like to just briefly comment. Before we were discussing like food supplements and the food additives, and we were talking about the products that were now exist on the marketplaces, but the supplements that have their declaration on food concrete. So what is the confirmation form which is considered to be efficient? Actually, yes, certification is more strict form of confirmation of compliance with the body of certification, and they should meet very strict requirements. And they, of course, meet these requirements. If they do not meet, it means they will not go through the competence confirmation. What about the declaration? Of course, this issue is simplified for the to assess the procedures of compliance, and I do not want to get into it deeply. If the production can get the certification, of course, the requirements of these procedures should be strict. Should we show the presentation? Please, could you show the presentation? Yes, yes, I understand that you cannot give comments, but anyway, I believe that you have answered. Yes, that certification is responsible, and it is under the competence of the certification. But we should assess the load of the certification and its impact, because it impacts on the safety of the products, and we should also assess the balance. Let's wait on the slides. Let me start. Yes, not to delay. I believe that my colleagues will show further presentation. So I would like to start that national system of accreditation plays an important role in the development of economy, one of the biggest country of EU, and to solve the issues of interaction between EU countries. More than 9,000 bodies accredited, and the main basis is contained with 9,000 laboratories. So nowadays the register contains more than 4 million documents and more than 3 million declarations of compliance. On the daily basis, our system, the system of laboratory has presented by the they provide like 15 million tests during the year. Further, I would like to highlight the issues of certification, like toys for the children and the light industry products. So we have like 18,000 regulations for 22 and 24 years. We are taking the data of December of 2024. More than 78,000 certificates of compliance has been given, and this means that 32,000 and 15,000 of toys and 30,000 under the 70. So this has been done by 132 organs of certification. If you can see the slides, so I have provided the dynamics of the provision of the certification during the year. So now we can just can you tell us which slide we should show? So second slide, please.
This is the certification of certain particular product types. We see that in 2022, based on certain technical regulations, the performance was lower than that of 2023. In 2024, we're still waiting for results, but probably they will be comparable with the year 2023. Please, next slide. Same product groups, clearly as part of certification various certification schemes have various requirements, but mainly it's the tests, and I'd like to highlight on the tests that are provided as part of certification on the 7th, 8th, and 17th technical regulations. The diagram illustrates that the amount of test protocols, they are highlighted in blue and in red. The red shows the toys, and the gray stands for the light industry products. In aggregate, in total, during these 2 years, more than 400,000 test protocols were issued, 273,000 were provided as part of declaration, and 142,000 protocols were implemented as part of certification of these categories of products. Next slide, please. ROS accreditation has all the powers to control the results of the entities that were accredited as part of the government decree 936. We have a law. We have a right to stop or to block the work up until we clarify if the certificates are valid. In 2024, ROS accreditation stopped the work of more than 1,800 certificates on conformity certificates, which means they deemed not in force. Over 1,000 certificates were deemed ineffective, non-valid, and upon the analysis that we receive from the applicants or from the relevant authority, why these or that discrepancies or violations could not be deemed as violations or discrepancies. With regards to main violations or breaches, they mainly embrace the non-full package, non-full information on the packaging, and non-full information on tests. And sometimes the same test protocol is being recycled and used many times for various certificates, which is not appropriate. Regarding the issue that we have discussed today for quite a while, that is food supplements, we need to highlight that with a range of relevant associations, we've been working since 2023, and during the last year, we've declined the work of over 1,800 food supplement certificates. I believe my colleagues have already commented on that. What kind of declarations fall within the category of violated or breached declarations, and the requirements, reasons why they are deemed as violations. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. I hope you can still hear me well. Yes, we do hear and see you well. We are trying to change the slide. Regarding combating counterfeit product turnover, I cannot skip mentioning our work, our joint work with the marketplaces and the participants of the retail market as part of so-called product test services. Our registers, as you know, contain all the necessary information about the documents, certifications, And back in 2021, we've launched as a pilot. Back then, we've launched this service. The thing is, marketplaces, when marketplaces allocate the product cards on separate types, on separate categories of products, not all of them, they provide a link to our registers and to information on certification and declaration. That means that the product was tested, checked, and there should be a green tick, a sign of the green tick, and the consumer can be a little bit more confident that the product is safe, and he can purchase it. We work closely with our colleagues from Federal Customs Service. Particularly, our colleagues received data from us on the existing documents, on conformity documents regarding imported products. In case these documents are not available or are no longer in force, then this kind of imported product will not be imported into our territory, will not be transported into our countries. So our colleagues on a daily basis and both on online regime receive the information from us about the existing documents of certification and conformity. Next slide, please. During the last couple of years, we've received over 1 million informative product tests via our service platform, and clearly the largest players of the market are they do make more requests. In the meanwhile, I wouldn't want to name all of them, but you can actually see part of them, part of the participants who use this service on the slide. Regarding the work with the federal service, testing service, since last year we provide the daily monitoring of these existing certificates and new certificates. The idea is to stop the certificates that have not been developed in a proper way, that do not meet the requirements. If the product, if it is an imported product and crosses the border, and normally it takes 7 days after the certification at the customs. And our work with any certification, detecting any certification violations or breaches, helps us to stop the import of such defect or non-compliant products into our territory. We'd like also to highlight that this service is not mandatory. As part of the existing legislation, retailers or marketplaces are not obliged to use this service, to do this, but we are, according to the dynamics of showing of including the links to our registers and certifications in the product cards. At the moment, over 70 million product cards include the links to our service, and that means that the players do use and they do need our service. And these normally refer to household products, food products, toys, and products for children. I've shared with you everything I wanted to share today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maxim Borisovich. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for your work. On the example of the supplements additives, we see that the attitude of the manufacturers, the honest, the fair attitude of manufacturers can also help to avoid the counterfeit products in the market. That is why we call all the consumers to be conscious and to explore the packaging, the documents, certificates, and to take the serious approach to take care of themselves, their health, and also the regulators also oversee all these procedures online. To my mind, all the regulatory measures that exist are sufficient to provide a proper work of the system. There's just a problem with some unfair, unscrupulous attitude of certain players of the market. Thank you very much for your participation. It was very informative presentation. We shall now continue due to very limited time frames. Before we move to the industrial part of our session, we have representatives of industrial sector. I would like to give the floor to Irina Alexandrovna Busheva, head of the State Scientific Center of Competencies and in the field of combating the illegal circulation of industrial products. Your institute introduces its own methods of such an analysis. Would you kindly share how do you implement this analysis, and would you kindly share some statistics? Thank you very much, dear colleagues. First and foremost, I would like to express gratitude to the organizers of the forum for this opportunity to take part on such a multifaceted and topical event. Organization that I represent today, the National Research Center, is established based on the decree of the Russian government of the Russian Federation, and it aims at providing the analysis of the illegal circulation of industrial product. And it is actually a think tank under the State Commission and under the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Standardization and certification issues are a crucial part of the annual forum discussions because it is one of the key instruments of combating illegal circulation of products. In the modern world, standardization reflects the goal of everyone who deals with standardization. This approach is applicable not only to physical components, but to processes as well, including the process of combating illegal circulation of products. In Russian Federation, there is an entire system of national standards. There are about 20 standards today. The requirements aim at solving the illegal circulation, and a technical committee was established, Technical Committee 124. Due to the fact that issue of combating illegal circulation is topical for the EAEU, it became very obvious the necessity to consolidate, to join efforts to develop common mechanisms of combating and developing the updated state-of-the-art standards meeting modern realia. Rosstandart initiated the establishment of interstate agency to combat the illegal circulation, and after a week, it will mark its 1-year anniversary. This platform is a place where we can all exchange our experience and ideas. I will be talking not about the quality of products today, but of the quality of research processes. Why is it essential? To my mind, given the high-speed ambience that we live in, it is crucial to be able to understand, assess, and to model the market situation to its maximum proximity. It is important to not to skip any negative factors, whether it is the spread of illegal product, whether it is the outdated control measures, and many other factors have become live with the very old problems, and analytics should be very fast forward. Because knowing the problem, facing the problem, is part of this resolution already. And knowing the causes is almost resolving the problem. But any research starts with methodology. And our center deals with the elaboration of innovational methodology of a comprehensive assessment of products market. The interaction and cooperation with the control authorities, followed by the ranking of regions that reflect the situation within the regional markets. The structures the methodology includes several groups of quality indicators. First group provides information about the number of players within the market, the product volumes, the retail volumes, and wholesale volumes. We also assess specific indicators that reflect the market peculiarities. For instance, for tobacco market, we assess the budget losses from the lost income related to the VAT and lost excise income. We also draw certain attention on the society's attitude towards we also assess the results of control authorities based on the relative legislative norms and articles. This methodology also embraces the technical regulations. During the year 2021-2024, in Russian Federation, the most amount of cases related to the breach of technical regulations was initiated with regards to dairy products, shoes, tobacco, and the minimum cases were initiated with regards to tires. And this data is also informed when ranking the regions, and it also helps to activate their activity in terms of working with these products markets. Any successful analytics depends on the quality input data and the results. And the special form 1KND that was also developed by our center is used to provide everything that is developed by our center has specific practical results. Ministry of Industry and Trade quarterly receives analytical reports and then forwards it to the government representatives, subjects of Russian Federation, and all the related stakeholders. The analytical report contains not only information about situation on the market, but also regions rankings that reflect the situation within the regional markets. And this kind of comprehensive approach allows to receive a comprehensive and clear picture of what is going on in the market. And this data lays the basis for the development of draft decrees of state commissions and also during the decision-making at all levels. To this extent, we find it obvious that analysis methodologies should be subject of standardization. And our National Research Center is actively promoting this idea. In conclusion, I'd like to highlight that our National Science and Research Center for Competencies is a liable authority for the activities provided by the mentioned secretariats, and we will commit and put all the efforts to develop a single common methodology and approach in combating counterfeit products so that our standards will be the most acceptable in this field. Irina Alexandrovna, thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Irina Alexandrovna, for your informative message. Let's move further. And with I'm glad to give the floor to the Deputy of Committee of Technical Regulation, Andrei Nikolaevich. Andrei Nikolaevich, I know that you're a professional speaker, and I hope that you will not forget about the time limit. A good day, dear colleagues. Yesterday, on the plenary session, I've heard about the damage the chain of counterfeits to the economy of the countries like Russia and to the whole Eurasian Union. Please, could you show the slides? Thank you very much. Could you please show this next slide? And the last years, we had done the reforms. And of course, this kind of interesting terminologies like risk indicators, single register of the mandatory requirements or obligatory requirements. So, and the information about the supplements and the analysis of yesterday's test. I have a question. What about the system, whether it solves the risks with the and the tasks? And what about the security from the security system connects with the harmful food? So I would like to talk about the controlling system. I'm the representative of this committee. So, and it was the task is creation of the technical tasks and standardization. And it's necessary to say that it was great. The Russian accreditation system has been established on the decision of the Union. And during these 20 years, we have studied very well the foreign experience, including USA, EU, and China. And in the years of 2000, it was proposed to us the false targets. All the standards should be like on a voluntary basis. One producer on the whole the world, and the state standard, unfortunately, so the USA and EU dictated us their rules that all the standards for the construction materials should be like mandatory and should be certified. Besides, certification should be done in notificatory centers on the assessment of federal power authority. Today, we do not have, unfortunately, regulation on those products. So further, I will show. Please, could you show the next slide? Falsified. It's not just a fraud; it's a threat, and of course, it's the damage for the economy. And the condition of free circulation of falsificate, the honest producer cannot be competitive because it's impossible. Could you please show the slides a bit quickly? Next slide. Next slide. Unfortunately, during the reforms of controlling supervision activity in 2021, the state supervision was removed, on the basis of the decree. Please, I would like to just talk about the comment of Natalia Sergeyevna about the state supervision agency, that they have high efficiency on the work of test and checking inspection. But unfortunately, the work of the gas equipments, unfortunately, they are not going to be expected and were not expected, and we have some explosions in private apartments. But nevertheless, Russia, as a member of EU, is obliged to provide this state supervision and it should meet all the technical regulations of the Union. What is the impact of this state supervision on the business? Does it interferes? Does it interfere? In 2015, association they addressed to us, we have built new factory, and we need how we should work in the market. And we've said that you need to have like mandatory certification and standardization, and it was also under the like 172 resolution. And we had foreign investment like Switzerland, Italy, and Germany, Italy. And of course, based on this, we have built new factories, 30,000 new job places were created. And it was directly connected with the standardization and the supervision, which was done by the state supervision. So here you can see the situation with the cement. So cement share was falsified. So of course here we have also made supervision, and we have decreased till 13 million. So this kind of inspections really interferes the business. And now in the market of Russian, we have 13.7 million tons of falsified cement. So they usually take raw materials from the local, yes, they just take local raw materials and mix with the cement, and they sell it in the markets. So the last year, the producing of bearings decreased for 20 times, and today share of bearings of Russian Federation only 20%, and the 80%, unfortunately, is the import of gray market. Next slide, please. Could you please show the next slide? So the agency, the supervision agency, we have addressed to the Vice Prime Minister to renovate all the technical regulations. Today, 53 technical regulations have been adopted, have been introduced, and 47 came into force. But there should be, of course, supervision on their implementation, and today we have consideration. if we do not provide the state supervision, means real state supervision, and this regulation will be just useless. Next slide, please. For example, the example of France, how EU is combating for their producers. One of the owner, Bordeaux brand, he was buying the wine raw, and he has got the benefit 80 million USD, and he was sentenced for 2 years and penalty of 80 million USD. And you can see the example of work of EU supervision. China and USA has the same system of supervision, and I believe that we can use this kind of experience in our practice. Thank you very much, Andrei Nikolaevich. You have talked about the compliance assessment on the industry sphere. So we have two participants from the construction sphere. One of them, Pavel Vasilievich Malakhov, he's deputy head of the National Union of Construction Builders. So he will be saying about the counterfeits and the falsifications. So please, you have 7 minutes. Thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, I understand that we all have busy schedule. Do you see my presentation? Please, next slide. In my address, I would like to focus on the mechanisms we, as association, lobbying from the perspective of risks that exist in different kind of spheres, and also about the problems that construction sphere is facing. It's really big infrastructure, contains 323 units. So the members of association are the big companies in the territory of Russia. The members of association working with the self-regulation organizations and taking the responsibility of the subsidies. So in fact, we are responsible for the financing means, and of course we are responsible for the quality and for the construction. Of course, it's understandable. We know the risks, and of course we understand the desire of producers of building materials and of those people who would like to sell their counterfeits and to have more benefits. But in front of us, we have the task to have the mechanism when the consumers can buy the good quality equipments. So,
tasks of Ministry of Industry and Construction. We've implemented these tasks, and given the sanctions that Russian Federation is subject to nowadays, and with the fact that certain companies have led the Russian market, in order not to the construction field to stop, and in order to provide more quality equipment and materials, we've developed a materials and equipment comparison catalog that was also provided by the information also is provided by the producers that are present in the Russian market and the neighboring countries. As of today, there are more than 5,000 categories provided within this document, and this instrument and the legislative norms that was developed jointly with the cooperation with the government. Thanks to that, all the construction sites are working in the Russian Federation. No one has cancelled or stopped. So the further development of this catalog aims at establishing the register of fair manufacturers. This is the screenshot of the service and its infrastructure. that is a map graphical service that provides the, and it is not mandatory, but there are certain manufacturers who want to compared to other companies that are not ready to disclose information about themselves or about the quality control. So there are 6 companies throughout the whole Russian Federation. The service is free of charge. We are giving the opportunity to awareness raising and provide this information to association members, to consumers. This service helps to implement the project documentation at the design stage. All the certificates and all the other parameters that is necessary for load calculation, etc., is also provided. What is most important, the company is listed in this register only after the lab tests. Yes, we have already heard from the speakers that certification today is done at the very initial stages, and the question is, why don't we provide this testing after the last point, the last stage? And the colleagues' examples regarding the additives was very relatable for me. What happens after the certification is gained? That is the question. Policy of our company and the regulations that has been approved by the authorities deems not only at implementing the control at the beginning, at the initial stages, but during the whole life of the company, life cycle of the company, while the company works. So you would need to apply online and register on our services, and then the company will be able to get access to all service types. That includes the register of fair manufacturers and the lab cluster regarding the fair honest manufacturer. Next slide, please. We have more than 500 companies. Based on taxi principle, we apply the register of the honest manufacturers provides, and the system automatically provides the information based on the time frames, cost, and the distance in terms of location, and the possible options of with whom you can conclude this contract, with what company exactly. And the contractor chooses the company that he feels most convenient to conclude an agreement with. And the 100% video hosting and protocol verification is also provided by the national administrator. And it is notorious that these cases do happen at the market, and in order to combat this class allows to do so. I will highlight once again that control is important not only at the initial stages, but also after the certification is gained. The effect of this, the certification is in force only for 1 year, and they understand that during this 1 year, the materials of the building materials are being assessed. So we take certain product from certain construction site with certain labeling, and we provide our own lab tests. And if there are certain deviations based on the parameters set, we can exclude these companies from our register. At least twice a year, these companies undergo this kind of tests. Next slide. And while implementing this kind of policy, we ensure companies and consumers that the product that today is supplied to the Russian market, to construction site, and is labeled with this various sign that is illustrated on your screens means and verifies that the producer, the manufacturer, declared is true. These are actual quality labeling. Moreover, 1.5 years ago, we were the very first to introduce digital labeling of the construction materials, products, that excludes the falsification of the product that is supplied to Russian Federation today. I'll once again repeat myself that this register works on a voluntary basis, and in order to be part of this register, you should make an application. We're not forcing or pressing anyone to be part of this register. It is a sort of a closed club of honest manufacturers, players that must provide the quality product. So I kindly call the participants of this discussion and to consider this element, this instrument, as a instrument of the combat against counterfeit product that is present in the Russian market and the market of EAEU. I'd like to highlight this register includes not only Russian companies, we're quite open for the neighboring countries, for foreign business representatives, and for member states of EAEU. We would have a large pool of applicants from China. And the last test, the results of the latest test that we've implemented show very good quality. So China also provides various products of various qualities, and we only register the quality products. Thank you very much, Pavel Vasilyevich, for your presentation. You've illustrated that the high level of self-regulation does take place in our society, and I promote the food additives. In promoting food additives, I promote this very model when honest manufacturers won't until the state regulator excludes all the unscrupulous manufacturers, but honest manufacturer would be proactive, and that is something what we are establishing at the International Association platform, where a register will provide the list of manufacturers verified and unverified. And hopefully, you will be successful in your work. I have a very quick question. Andrei Nikolaevich, what is your opinion in regards, because you've mentioned that this field is not regulated in terms of the state control and supervision. That is so. This is what I call people's notification or society's notification. This is what helped us during the pre-COVID period. This is what helped us to decrease the share of falsified concrete. And because Soyuz Cement, the concrete union, has carried out certain work in order to verify, certify, and test the concrete. And these labs provided 6 or 7 authorities. They provided the test results, and they said these are the labs that we trust. We cannot say the same about the others. But this 6 or 7 labs, test labs, is what we trust. And the serious buyers, users of the concrete also confirmed. We need to study the European experience. They have the notification procedure to inform about the conformity or compliance. In Germany, the 500 was accredited, but notified were only 200. But if you, until you go through the verification at one institute dipped, you won't get to the market, to the German market. Therefore, today we need to build trust towards the existing certificates. And I'm very satisfied to listen this presentation, and I believe that this experience should be scaled up and transferred. But I believe that this experience is also in place in other associations, same cases with the radiator producers, for instance, and I hope that we will promote this jointly. Sergei Leonidovich Khwainsky has joined us online, represents Russia. Topic is the safety of the construction materials. Сергей Leonid online. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Please try to keep up within 5 minutes time frame.
Thank you very much. So please, can you show the presentation today? We're developing the technical regulations of building materials and devices. So it's under the Ministry of Housing and Communal Activities, together with working group for the technical regulations. So that contains all the country members of Eurasian Union, Eurasian Economic Union. So it is Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Belarus, and Armenia. If we will talk about the role of the regulation and the developing of this technical regulation, it should be understood that it's the development of those regulations that were developed by national or state bodies of standardizations, and to remove those barriers, and also development of certification and assessment procedures, and assessment of consumers and the market. So development of technical regulations is very topical, and it is a document that will help to provide the supervision on the assessment of building equipment. So as for the criteria, and so material should be tested on the basis of those minimum standards that is under the state supervision, and also in connection with the manufacturer's criteria. Please, could you show next slide? So we understand that the exception of those technical regulations and that will work in our 5 countries, as I before mentioned, and further it will lead to the improving of construction sphere, the construction of those buildings, and improving export potential and optimization of manufacturing procedures and processes. It's decreasing of technical barriers. It means mandatory standards for the building equipments and exploitation of those materials, and of course it's protection of internal market, and specifically it is the state supervision on the manufacturing of construction materials. Today, a technical regulation is under the consideration in the state members of EU. We have like positive already decisions in Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, and that in other countries still are under the consideration. It's Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Russia. And I have mentioned about the list on essential or significant or important criteria on these regulations, and these are those minimum criteria that should be included, and if they will be considered in the list, of the interstate that considers on methods of testing these building equipments, it will facilitate the exception adoption, and circulation of those materials, and of course they will be facilitating the interaction and the trust among the countries through the assessment of those building materials on the basis of requirements that is given by the state supervision agencies. As I mentioned today, in the evidence basis, we have 500 documents on the level of national standards, and then that are considered to be evidence-based. Indeed, the exception of this technical regulation will facilitate the interaction on the working process with the technical documentations, and of course will improve the quality of building equipments in the market of Eurasian Economic Union. So this document is highly demanded, and it should start its work, and it should be used by all manufacturers. Today we have 33 product groups, starting from tankers, finalizing by other technical materials. So in the list of technical regulation, we have diverse list of equipments, and of course it includes different kind of requirements on the basis of criteria and the requirements of unions documents of standards. And that were accepted for further usage, and there was transferred for further working processes. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the time that you have provided for me. I believe that it will continue, and I wish productive work in this very meaningful forum. Sergey Leonidovich, thank you very much. Next time, please come and participate offline. Olga Pavlenko, she's General Director of Sigma's Test, improvement of assessment of compliance assessment, and as combating counterfeit. Dear colleagues, good day. The continuation of the topic, the Andrei Nikolaevich. I'm the representative of test laboratory and the security issues. So usually we fire safety, and I believe that my topic will be interesting. Many of us, as a human, have the safety, security everywhere, like at home, in the at the cinema. So you just can imagine, do you feel this safety? Of course, in this issue where we have the direct connection, our laboratory, and the aim of the laboratory to see the falsification. Last time, professional community faces with the falsification of certification. So the problem of falsification on the fire safety and preventing fire production is very topical, and during the discussion, falsified products are those products that producers and manufacturers provides this kind of counterfeits and falsifications as a branded and original products. So it can be blocked by, it can be understood by the sanctions, and the many manufacturers unfortunately left the Russia Federation and the many the counterfeit producers, they try to substitute or replace those original products. So this industry is very beneficial and characterized by highly beneficial. So, and some of the products are not included in the general list of certification. For example, the cables, fire safe cables, the facet systems, for example, assessment compliance of cable lines in accordance with should be done in accordance with the GOST 5316, but only on the voluntary basis. And so in this situation, the responsibility or liability of manufacturer will be under the test and on the voluntary basis of certification. So it should be noted that laboratories should be accredited by the national system of accreditation, but it doesn't often happen. So by understanding that this product is not under the state supervision system, and they try to economize and cut their expenses. So the cost of the tests of different kind of tests like gray and the state tests will be differentiated. So it's prohibited to do on like highly fire or oil and gas industries. The high growth of high technology products on the market, it's accompanied by falsified products. Standardization as a sphere of normative documentations.
Adaptation to new products are produced based on technical regulations of the manufacturer in order to for marketing promotion. Some of them are voluntarily certified, and also on the market there is such a thing like third party. We promote to consider the impedance of using a single common approach. Earlier, the GOSTs were mandatory, and failure to meet the requirements of GOSTs would result in certain criminal code breaches, violations. Today, GOSTs are voluntarily, and only the mandatory certification would provide the compliance with state standards, which means we need to expand the list of products that are subject to mandatory certification, and maybe we need to conceptually revise the approaches of certification. This approach would lead to global solutions and providing the mutual liability, consciousness, understanding of safety as of a value, of a modern value. I try to be quite brief. I think we need the state control of the product should be in place. I'm convinced of that. Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you. As you see, everyone looks very supportive. Please share your ideas and proposals with us for further discussions. You've mentioned cables, and I'd like now to give the floor to Sergei Sergeyevich Kuzminov, Deputy General Director of the media holding Rus Cables. Are you with us, Sergei Sergeyevich? Yes, I'm online. Thank you very much for your participation. In your presentation, I've read that modern cables are much more safe than those cables produced during USSR based on GOSTs. I found that quite curious. Would you please share that in 5 minutes time frame? Good morning, everyone. This is very disputable topics regarding certification. There is certain food for thought, and probably after the conference we need to reach out and talk and discuss it in more detail. I was talking about the media and the cable market. Why do we deal with? We are a media company. We called Rus Cable. We have 12 projects. We have cable radio, cable FM, 3D studio, and just me. Everything about the cables and falsification counterfeit is quite topical within our discussions. What is important to understand is that we think that counterfeit is a very small cable, but in fact the counterfeit cable can be both thick or thin. These are both of them, for instance, those examples, both of them can be counterfeit. They may meet one parameters and do not meet other parameters during the tests. And for instance, the example that is whose coverage density is less, it will be more subject to a fire any cable can be deemed as falsified. We just need to test it manifold. It depends on the experience of the tester, on the perseverance of the person who is seeking to find counterfeits. You can find counterfeit products in any, even some super quality, high quality products. When talking about counterfeits, we think that these are the cables that are sold at some unofficial sales points. But when you look at the story, the causes of the fires and problems with the cables, you find that there was something during the installment procedure. If the cable didn't have any deviation, and we think that according to people's logics, counterfeit equals danger. But the thing is, there's also a human factor, the money factor. The cable market, the counterfeit cable, what we deem a counterfeit cable, and the non-counterfeit cable, the harm, the danger from both of these products actually are equal. Because the person can buy a quality cable, non-counterfeit cable, and still may have certain situations, certain hazardous cases. Regarding the statement that Soviet cable is worse than the modern Russian cables, we have a type of cable that are prohibited. All the housings that were built up until 1990, they have aluminium cabling, but today that is something unacceptable. Everything that was built up until 1990s, for us, that is a very dangerous counterfeit. But back then, 80% of housings and dwellings were built based on these requirements that today are deemed as counterfeit or not meeting the safety needs. For instance, GOST puts the requirements. It is good that we always improve and advance the requirements, but this is the question of mind manipulation. We need to seek the real damage, the real value, the real hazard. For instance, years ago, we approved certain GOS, but today it has become, it is not compliant with the realia today. This is mainly the counterfeit story in the cable market is mainly based on manipulation and is a story about the rivalry, because some companies are trying to gain certain projects or certain sites So companies buy the cables of their rivals and try to find certain deviations and cancel their certificates, or show these tests to the consumer, and this is a pure rivalry, and the rivalry between the when the claims between the counterfeit and the falsified cables is quite frequent. This is one of the slides that shows the cases with the amount of counterfeit, but this is only regarding the tested samples. For instance, if you buy 100 bad samples, then you can manipulate statistics and say that 100% of cable market is counterfeit or does not meet the requirements. We took all the tests publicly available when the company was blamed in counterfeit manufacturing, and we checked the market, and it was not at all true that 50 or 60 or 70% of the market was counterfeit cable. The share of counterfeit is much, much less compared to many other fields. So all the accusations for the cable market's reputation is very bad, because everyone thinks that cable manufacturers are mainly, the majority of them are falsifiers but that is not the case with us compared to the market of the supplements, additives, or shoes. For instance, we have a very limited amount of manufacturers as such, and the cable market is much more transparent and honest compared to other markets. But given the very strong and high level of rivalry, quite often these kind of blames take place. And if we look at the media, if we look at the media publications on cable, this is normally a 100% story about the rivalry that one manufacturer is trying to replace another manufacturer and become the partner with certain shops or malls. And so this is 100% manipulation. You can always find certain small deviations in any type of cables. There are certain labs that all the time test the same manufacturers and show them like quality manufacturers. But when you take the same manufacturers and check them at the different labs, the result would be absolutely different. So this is a continuous, endless game of mutual blaming between the cable manufacturers. Any media publication that mentions certain brand, certain type of cable, that is 100% story of rivalry. That is the market conjuncture. There are only about 300 cable factories, cable plants, and there is an eternal fight, eternal rivalry between the manufacturers, and it does not at all mean that the amount of counterfeit is growing or the standards are having more effect, etc. That was the examples about the gray market. Regarding the official market, when there are certain suggestions to develop certain standards, there are certain narratives suggesting to develop the materials market, that there are certain positive and useful narratives, but you can very easily segregate them. If there is a media story where there is mostly focusing on blaming, danger, hazard, or rivalry, that is 100% manipulation. Compared to when the media story tells about the possible solutions, standardization, then that's a real story, a real official players. We mainly focus on dealing with official marketing, so-called wide marketing. You have literally half a minute. We need to promote positive, useful narratives and skip, not to intimidate, because no one is interested in counterfeit products. And cable market, that there's just very huge rivalry and competition. That's why the media is full of very absurd information, absurd publications, and we need to focus on quality media stories and narrative.
So, Sergey Sergeyevich, question from Andrei Nikolaevich. What is your main message? So we should remove cancel the ghosts and do not carry out any tests because of the competitions. But I understand you like this. I mean, you should not use the manipulations of the market as a combating method. But we are like association. We are opt for the GOS standards, state standards, and we should control those standards. So we are for a clear and clean market and white market, but not for the black PR. Thank you very much for Olga, because Olga mentioned that cables are not subject for certification, and there is no way to have like state certification for the cables. But we are all in one situation, the same like common situation. Thank you very much. Maybe next time we will expand our sessions, because now we are just touching the surface of the topics. So I'd like to ask Alexander Kvashnin, Executive Director of Association of Market Manufacturers. Your presentation provided this is on counterfeits that have manufactured 6 times. Yes, it's true. Good day, colleagues. Let me continue about the health topic, the heating radiators, because at house we should have like warm. Our houses should be warm, so I will be talking about the heating system. We are working 10 years, so we are adapting and introducing those standards. But I would like to just shift to the certifications immediately. Please, next slide. Today we were talking very much about the consumers, and they should look at the labels. Colleagues, but what about you are talking, for example, you are buying the teapot. If something wrong, you just go and buy again. But when I bought, there was no any label on those teapots. Next slide, please. We should make safe. So to make safe those products, we should introduce those certification. If you want to manufacture and sell, please choose the option to certify. Yes. So, and you should bring the product to a laboratory and go through the tests and then certify. So everything that does not meet the requirements of GOST state standard, it means that it's falsification. So, the criteria should be confirmed by specifically by the certification. So these are the results. So of mandatory certification, I have told the counterfeits of 2016, we have adopted, we have introduced. So falsification we have like for 6 times. So we should secure, yes, from buying falsifications. Before COVID, we have 70% of those falsifications. So mandatory certification, it's like a threat to the import products. So So, and EU producers, manufacturers saying that we have the same standardization certification procedures like in EU, and it's a bit some kind of barrier. So the mandatory certification does not work without state control. And in 2017, the certification for the heating system was canceled. So Russian manufacturers, they said, yes, we should have mandatory certification. But there was no doubt about the state standard, the state supervision. It's next. So going to the topic, we were talking about the labeling system of heating system. We have actually heard about it in 2017, but manufacturers still do not understand. Labeling actually combat with the counterfeits. On the market of radiator, we do not have counterfeits. We have only falsification problems. So labeling with the falsification, we do not understand actually. As for the state control, state supervision, yes, we are sure that state should supervise, control the manufacturers and consumers. As for the technical regulations, yes, already mentioned, we are waiting for the regulations for the building equipments, and we should have single requirements, not only for the radiators, like heating system, but for all. Yes, we should have single goals for the test. We have prepared the standards, but we would like to propose to be accepted in all countries. One methodology, as colleague may said, if you will test for a long time, you will anyway find the falsification. If you want to have competitor, and if you will test the product in 3 different laboratories, anyway you will find falsification. So we should have only one single standard and a certification system. So then you will not have the falsification in any shops. So colleagues, just in brief, I concluded. Just I would like to propose. It's a pity that I came here only myself. Maybe next time, maybe because we have 50 companies that manufacturers of radiators. Maybe we will address to the organizers of this anti-counterfeit. Yes, indeed, that you have mentioned now, it requires a deep discussion and a study, and of course the time is given very. It's not enough. Thank you very much that you have respected the time and the limit of 7 minutes. Next speaker, I would like to give the floor to the Igor Leonidov. Igor Leonidovich, one of the first who accepted the invitation to this forum. Igor Leonidovich, he is online. You have only 5 minutes. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand that we have very small time. It's a pity, of course, that we have not much time. Yes, my colleagues have already mentioned about the important items of today's discussion. So I propose to look just a bit further in the future. So the slide that you see, I've designed it in the shape of the table or desk. So these are the technical regulations. So here you can see that to work on the components of the system of technical regulations, we should work in parallel and together. And this desk should be stable, should have its supporters like legs. First of all, it's development of the requirements of those productions, and of course we try to use some values of foreign countries, but from Soviet Union time we have like a good base of information. Still now we have understanding that we should copy standardization, but we should get rid of those understanding. We should strengthen our interstate standardization. We have specific institution on the regulation of standardization and metrology. Today we had good comments and speech of Talgata Mangidich that opened our session, that Eurasian Economic Union did a good job, and we should distribute this job on a big space. Of course, we can consider CIS countries. We have interstate council, but we should also include the society to this work on the technical regulations and its active work of Shanghai organization space. Our task is to promote our mandatory requirements and on a very expanded space, and the manufacturer production should be controlled on this space, and it's some kind of it will facilitate the interaction and promote the development of economy of these countries. So we have, for example, in the framework of Eurasian Economic Union, not only the Russian, yes, content, but the Belarus content also. And we spread in Turkmenistan and Kyrgyzstan, and in the Republic of Kazakhstan we have manufacturers of radiators, and it's very important to use the single rules and focus on and have the basis of one regulation. For example, Russian Federation has diverse problematics, specifically the conditions of accreditation, but some other issues should be also considered, and the access system to the single market. It means that we should activate the work between the authorized bodies, and the active work should be done in the state supervision system, and to prevent this falsified and the harmful, dangerous products to the market of this union. We should find the system of interaction like on the interstate level. So we are asking support from the Association of
we need to plan a series of events that we are planning to implement on the example of these 4 product categories that were part of the experiment on return of products. Consequently, we would need to attract the representatives of the standardization authorities from the CIS countries and accreditation authorities, control and supervision authorities, and the law enforcement agencies in order to develop a single roadmap to provide an intra-state mechanism towards these four product categories. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is why we are having this dialogue, these discussions. We have one speaker left, Daria Martinova, the executive director. She will deliver on the mandatory certification of concrete. Can you hear me? You have 5 minutes. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll try to be brief. Please turn on my presentation. I represent Soyuz Cement that includes 45 concrete plants. Our capacity in Russian Federation is 73%, and the plants can produce more than 100 million tons of concrete per year. I'd like to share some statistics that our industry collects. Would you kindly show slide 5 of my presentation? Since 2016, there is mandatory certification within our industry, which helps significantly reduce the volume of counterfeit from 16% on the market to 5.6% in 2020. And in 2021, a state control and supervision was cancelled, and mandatory certification was not quite efficient and could not stop the counterfeit share in our market. In 2021, the share of counterfeit products was higher than back in 2015, that is 23.1%. Association on Technical Regulations, according to their data, the counterfeit in was 13.7 million tons, that is 22%. The damage to the industry is more than 90 billion rubles, and the budget loss is more than 18 billion rubles in 2000. But the most important thing is damage to the well-being and health of people, because concrete is is an element of construction process, and it does bring damage to well-being and health of people if the concrete quality is ill. And falsificators use small amount of concrete from a honest manufacturer, and they mix it with other materials to make a solution that is not strong enough and leads to cracking of constructions. And we cannot at all state that certain share of counterfeits on the market is acceptable. It is absolutely not acceptable, because it does bring damage to well-being and health of people. We believe that the market should be regulated based on the state control and supervision, and it should be implemented on a regular basis. At the moment, it is only implemented on the basis of experiment. Hopefully, the state control and supervision will help to reduce the share of counterfeit products, and hopefully we will have the state control and supervision on a regular basis. The inspectional control at the borders of the concrete imported from EAEU is also important, because most of the counterfeit concrete is imported to Russia, and this cross-border barrier would be quite an efficient tool in this regard. There is a lack of corresponding duties within the customs service. We believe there is a need to return this kind of inspectional control at the customs, and moreover, it should be included in the technical regulations of the EAEU in terms of providing security of construction materials. I also need to note several stuff on the digital labeling. We are working on introducing digital labeling. We need to understand that there is only 30% of concrete subject to labeling. That is the amount of concrete that is packaged in the 15 kilogram package, and it does and require state control and supervision. These figures mean that mandatory labeling is not a solution for all the problems, and it cannot resolve the illegal counterfeit circulation problems. Moreover, the digital labeling experiment that is underway today shows that industries differ in terms of, for instance, for dairy products, it's easy to provide the labeling, whereas for concrete, it is quite difficult. All these problems are not easy to resolve, as it is quite often stated. In order to avoid the deficit of the concrete in the market, we need to provide time frames and to prolong the time frames of labeling, concrete product labeling. I'd also like to show this slide 8, as Andrei Nikolaevich Lotsman mentioned. In our industry, we do understand which players are acting honest, fair, and which players are breaching certain regulations. And we believe that Soyuz Cement has done a great job here in terms of activating certain inactive players and by providing them with certification, because not all the certification authorities have the proper amount of professionals and specialists. We know the honest players of certification authorities. We need the second level of control. We need to provide notification for the manufacturers that they would know who provides quality certification documents. Thank you very much for your attention. Wish all of you to have successful, productive day at other sessions. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you for participation and for your preparedness. It was a great pleasure for me to interact with you. Let's meet more frequently, with not only during the following forums. Maybe we could meet earlier, because the topics, discussions we've addressed today, they do need a deep dive. Thank you once again, and have a good day. Thank you for your moderation.
Эй, раз, два. Эй. Эй.
Добрый день. Рад приветствовать на 12-м международном форуме «Антиконтрафакт». Предновогодний период традиционно фиксируется серьезный рост спроса на алкогольные напитки. Удовлетворить растущий спрос пытаются и недобросовестные производители. В погоне за прибылью они создают угрозу здоровью и порой жизни граждан. Присутствие на рынке контрафакта и фальсификата – это еще недобросовестная конкуренция. Законопослушные производители, соблюдающие все нормы и требования, проигрывают тем, кто осознанно выпускает некачественный товар и оказывается перед выбором банкротства или взять на вооружение недобросовестные бизнес-практики, просто чтобы остаться на рынке. Ассоциация «Антиконтрафакт» совместно с партнерами проводит исследования образцов коньяка, ввозимые в Россию во всех крупнейших городах и крупнейших торговых сетях.
And the samples from Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia. We need to highlight that the sample that we received from Kazakhstan, in order to explore the Kazakhstani manufacturers, we cannot mention anything regarding the quality here. Seems to be within the limits of the requirements. What are the resolutions were best and were effective to counterfeit to combat the alcohol counterfeit? How do we protect ourselves from falsification and counterfeit? What measures are taken in this regard? These are the issues proposed to discuss today. My name is Hamzatov. I'm the first vice president of the International Association on Anti-Counterfeit. Allow me to present the speakers today. Artyom Kiryanov, Russian Federation, the chairman of the Committee on the State Duma on Economic Policy, Vadim Strogov, the deputy chairman of the Federal Service of Control, Leonid Tanin, the advisor of the Geographic Industry Company Association, and Dmitry is now giving an interview. Later he will join us. I'd like to kindly remind that excessive use of alcohol drinks harms your health. The alcohol topic is interesting, it draws certain attention, but in order to avoid insinuations that we might promote alcohol, etc., we need to highlight that it is not so. Artyom Yurievich, would you kindly share what kind of initiatives is the State Duma introducing now? What economic measures are effective in fighting the excessive consumption of alcohol? We need to control this issue, especially given the fact that we are pre-New Year time. Good afternoon, dear friends. Indeed, for the Committee on Economic Policies, the turnover of excise products is our focus, and the all State Duma follows what is happening in the alcohol circulation. That is a direct hazard to health and well-being of people, and every time we are a bit mindful when we're waiting for the holidays, long Russian holidays. Mostly that is the New Year holidays. Quite often, unfortunately, we hear tragic news, how people were intoxicated or the fatal cases took place because of the falsified alcohol usage. Some of them buy without even knowing that they're buying the metal based alcohol. Therefore, we need to prevent illegal circulation of alcohol. First of all, we need to provide the maximum control of the alcohol as a raw commodity, raw material, and then we need to focus on the channels of the falsified alcohol circulation. We need to cooperate with our partners in EAEU. That is also a significant component of our work. The concept of reduction alcohol consumption is adopted up until the year 2030, and probably further it will also be applied. It was approved by the decree of the government, stated 11th of December 2023. We continue the work initiated before in reducing alcohol consumption as such, and also reduce the share of alcohol and soft drinks, strong drinks in Russia. That is vodka, and the other types of alcohol are rather less consumed. However, we do have this concept for strong alcohol drinks, and we were glad that in 2023 we were able to approve certain this document, and we observed reduction of alcohol consumption. Nevertheless, what do we have today? What law novelties, what new laws, what contradictions are there? There is a federal law on so-called nalivaika, so-called alcohol drinks, alcohol spots where alcohol is sold. Everything alcohol related is sold, but the composition of these drinks is very vague, and it really provides not only the direct damage to health, but it also harms the society as such, the regions as such. And these bottling spots, we have special measures against these bottling spots, bottling sites during the meetings. And on the legislative level, we do address this issue, and it is important to ensure that all the measures that allow us to, measures taken by the federal legislation, should be visible, should be palpable in practice. Also, one of the latest laws approved a couple of days ago, a law on the perfume products, and because that is an alcohol-containing product, information about the alcohol should be reflected at the state monitoring system. That is why this kind of information is also provided on. We need to be very strict in terms of control and supervision here regarding issues related to economic measures and their effect on alcohol market, on clearance of this market. We do observe certain contradiction here. For instance, let's call it in the sector or subsector of the weak alcohol drinks is 2%. It takes the 2% of alcohol drinks share. That is the type of alcohol which draws your attention from strong alcohol, and the consumption of this as part of the concept. It seems to be right. I'm not sure if I can use the word right when we speak about alcohol consumption. Nevertheless, we do face a problem in terms of the amendments to the tax code state that the rate for 1 liter of alcohol product is such that does not allow the competitiveness to take place, does not allow to compete with. And when we calculate the ratio between the ruble per type of alcohol, the most cheap alcohol drink seems to be vodka, whereas it is the strongest alcohol drink, and the cheapest alcohol drink actually has the lowest alcohol rate, the alcohol degree, which is not fair. There is certain demand in the market. In the meanwhile, there is increase of illegal circulation of these products. During the first 6 months of 2024, we have observed five-fold increase of illegal low alcohol product circulation. Clearly, this is direct damage towards tax income, and also damage to health and well-being. When we talk about damage to life and well-being, health and well-being, I'm not sure what is the case beyond Russia, but within the Russia, it was quite a shock for us when in Samara a person was intoxicated was poisoned with drinking cider, and the alcohol that was used to produce the cider was the methyl-based alcohol, and it was actually somehow taken out from the warehouse where they keep the confiscated types of alcohol, and that was totally unclear case how was it possible to withdraw something that was confiscated. This tragedy led to activation of the law enforcement and supervision authorities, and as well as it activated the legislation-related works and measures. We also need to highlight, in terms of the economy development, we need to note the beer market. That is a peculiar market. Literally a week ago, or probably a couple of days ago, State Duma held a roundtable devoted to discussing the problems and perspectives of the beer sector. There were two polar point of views, two different points of views. One point of view stated that we are glad that we're reducing the alcohol consumption, and the beer producers should report to the law enforcement authorities about the production cuts and the cut of the products being manufactured. And the second one was economically expedient, and not only expedient in terms of economy, but given the fact that Western companies have left Russian market, we need to focus on what is happening.
And in my opinion, we should support the members of the round table and to raise the spheres, like as for the tobacco should be regulated. For example, tobacco sphere should be regulated. And I'm talking about the right, correct positioning in terms of our regulation system. So, so here we have a huge number of issues and questions. So I see here the participants that can, in detail, will talk about the labeling, as for So the beer labeling started in 2021, and we have like 594 importers. So we have big number of procedures that facilitates to withdraw from the black market the manufacturers. From April to August, the Russian manufacturer, we have reduced the number of the manufacturers. So in April 2024, the permission regime for the sale of the beer also have accepted. So 1.5 million beer. Now it's the amount of beer that is regulated, and for example, it was not able to sell let's say, like 1.5 million beer and some other number of beer. So these are the mechanisms and the methods. And I hope that we will be using these methods and these ways of also the ethyl alcohol. Alcohol. And as for the supervision, yes, we are working a lot. As for the alcohol drinks, on their traceability, we have started a bit earlier. So that's why we are sure on our way of working and the method of working, and about the turnover. And of course, we'll continue. And it's necessary to highlight the work on the internet, labeling of the website that are selling. Specifically, they are promoting the illegal products by illegal ways. Thousands of websites are blocked. Of course, the work and the job needs to be improved. It's very obvious, so that's why we need together with state supervision and the control, go ahead and solve these issues. And we have long time this discussion about the internet trading. Colleagues, I believe that it's, from my side, I believe it's enough already, the information. When we say about the tobacco, I was always surprised about the social activity from Sorochikins, about the teenager smoking, where we talked for 2 hours about the tobacco, and 2 minutes or 3 minutes only for the availability and access of teenagers to tobacco and how to restrict this access. I believe that maybe we'll further talk about the quality, yes, of the goods and products. Tobacco and Tobacco Control Organization is the huge and the major agency in the Russian Federation. So it's necessary to say Rosalcohol Tabak managed to to improve, yes, the work with the manufacturers of tobacco manufacturers and alcohol manufacturers, and the such work is very productive. And we see that many illegal and quality products are now have been withdrawn from the shops. So I can say that from the name of on the behalf of my colleagues and personally myself, moratorium, and I support this moratorium on those inspections, of course. And it's understandable why. I will not tell in detail, but unfortunately this initiative is considered to be as a help for the participants of this market, even to those unscrupulous players of the market. So your job is still efficient, and you work very hard, and efforts are useful. What tools you are using the time of moratorium? Good day to all the participants. Glad to see you. Just will tell us about some peculiarities of our activity. If we are talking about the supervision of the tobacco and control of tobacco, we are working already 3 years under the new framework. It's under the documentation of 247. And in March, some measures were taken by the government, and they have adopted and entered this moratorium. But anyway, all the agencies of the supervision and the control, they are regulated. Nevertheless, agencies still work under the state policy as it was indicated in the law on the prevention, and our service 27,000 prevention measures have taken. And we are trying to decrease these numbers of prevention measures. So, nevertheless, in our structure, the high level of share usually is the prevention, and it's about 45%, which is 12,000. And total, the state strategy is directed to reduction of the load on the business. If we have carried out 21 prevention measures last year and this year 42, so the cover is like 1 or 2%. So the concept of the improving the supervision has the aim to have non-planned measures, like prevention measures. So now we have 63% of these prevention measures, but it grew for a bit, 16%, for 80%. So we have The risk indicators covers all the spheres of our market and economy. Some indicators are general, some indicators are specific, or it depends on the spheres. You know that the indicator 21 now have introduced, and we will be using space surveillance, Earth probing, like space surveillance to watch, to see, and to control, to automate the process, the risk indicator. We introduce the analytical system of that provides the information on all the segments of market, and that this is the first system that provides trace the all productions during the manufacturing process, and it improves beside analytical model and defining the risks. It provides information about the participants of the market and the counterfeit information. And we understand that this system is the one that provides the prevention of the violations, does not allow to sell the production or goods in a low price and other. Since 2018, we actively use the tool like stopping the access or canceling the access for the manufacturers or entrepreneurs to stop their activity because of the withdrawing them from the register, or if the entrepreneur have more than it was indicated, like a number of specific limitation their stock. And to combat with them, we are actively interacting with law enforcement bodies. They attract us as participants in their measures, like we have carried out joint measures and events to illegal or counterfeit goods, or the sales on the prohibited places. So we have four laboratories to control the alcohol production, and we have like hundreds of goods that should be included in the accreditation system. So we are using like scientifically approved methods, and we have like national Russian institution that are developing those accreditation standards. So to define, for example, the original of wine, so we are using the specificity of the methods to manufacture. And this gives us the opportunity, yes, to see the composition of the wine. And to find and to define the falsification ingredients. So as a prevention, the most important tool is And the important tool is to define the specific production as a result of our activity. Together with social organizations, last 2 years, more than 260 samples were researched by our laboratories and by the laboratories of institute, and 80 of them do not meet with the requirements. And we, of course, take all the measures to prevent, and we have indicated that the unquality products should be withdrawn, and we have addressed to the prosecutor office, and we have inspected 12 organizations, and they are the organizations also of importers. We also inform the MKTS. They use on their system, on the basis of our information, during 1.5 years, more than 1,000 tons of cognac were withdrawn from the Russian trade places. And I would like to also note about the Pivovarov register. 1st September of 2023, we have registered all the Pivovarov, all the brewers. All the brewers to be registered under this system, and we are checking and define the capacity of those organizations in order to again register. With the introduction of register 171 law, we have amended it and added to withdraw or to block the confiscate the equipment if in case it does not fit, because before brewers they were punished only with the confiscation of equipment, and even they still can use their equipment. If return to the issue of moratorium, we can remember in 2022 when we introduced the law, the last law, and with the new law, it seems like they are very different, because now we have taken the measures and we now can supervise and control, and the approach was a bit like old. So, but during the work, we have faced with the problems and we immediately try to solve them. And for example, if we have problem when the law enforcement body, they did not fix, they fixed the case, but cannot take measures because they are not authorized to take those measures. And they just transfer these products to us. And the same situation, we should take some procedures, and then we should transfer to Ministry of Finance. And that's why we have amended the law with specific norms. Besides this, as I know, starting next year, it will not be prolonged. Together with this, our service is commemorating 15 years anniversary. I think that in any legislation we will have possibility to continue our activity. Thank you very much that you have mentioned about the unscrupulous participants of the market. Yes, I understand. And the framework, under the framework of the legislation, you will try to work very accurate and correct. So it means that you just take the samples from the shop and you can use and test them in laboratory. And you can find those discrepancies and violations, like, for example, that based on the compositions. So maybe it's better to work with the register. So you should like direct the consumer and motivate or those importers that are supplying, unfortunately, bad quality products. So if the alcohol does not meet those quality requirements, maybe we will focus. So such kind of register maybe will protect the Armenian manufacturers mostly violate the rules and the regulations. We were dealing and deal with them. We understand. So of course those counterfeit and falsification manufacturers, they are harming, and they are disrespectful in terms of the work of honest manufacturers, and they have no chance to compete with them on the market. So maybe it's time to consider about the open register of the like unscrupulous manufacturers and entrepreneurs that everybody can see. But I cannot agree with you, but can comment on it, can give one remark. Often we have this falsification, and that they can do like in the garage of their house. Like, I will not note about say about the specific brands. But I can agree with your point that it is good idea to have open register. Yes, and the consumers will have the chance to get information about the honest manufacturers. So entrance of the quality production to the country, it's a weak interaction of law enforcement bodies under the union. In accordance with your experience, it's so the big company with a huge turnover, so you have big experience. What are the like useful tools that can be used on the sphere of alcohol? Good day, dear colleagues. Maybe I will continue that you have proposed to make a register, like open register. We have labeling EGAIS of EGAIS, and as the option, maybe it will be interesting, your results of research so can be aligned with the EGAIS standards and the results. And we have also the honest sign application. and they can see the results of рост качества. And of course, they do not promote the alcohol, but the consumer has the right and opportunity to see information about the production. So maybe we can combine these two system on the tobacco and the alcohol and with other drinks. So it means that it will not be, like necessary to look for in any different, like in a different platforms or any different applications. Can you say what are the honest ways of distribution of alcohol you can list? So, okay, listen. So we have like schemes that are controlled and that were not controlled from the side of EU or CIA by CIS or on a world level or global level. So the labeling system will prevent this scheme. So let me tell a bit about it. Maybe years ago it was available and possible. And several years ago, we had like a good scheme of imported beer sale. It was like a cheap brand. No. For example, they took a bottle of beer, and in the garage.
Afterwards, they would put the mark of the Western producer on that beer bottle, and then would send it to the market. There was a case when the person decided to check the bottle and removed the thermal cover, and he saw a completely different brand name of the beer. Another scheme that we found out in 2019, in order to clarify the origin of tobacco, cigarettes, and alcohol brands, alcohol products. All the other products we would buy with certain hope that these sellers, suppliers are honest and they won't deceive us. But in fact, there was no possibility to check. I doubt that here today there's anyone who would check or ask certificate at the shop. I've never met a person who would ask this certificate for a dairy product, or when a person buys beer during the May holidays and asks for the certificate of the beer. Moreover, I'm so much grateful that there is such a function like blocking at the cashier, cash machine, cash register. If the product is violating regulations, it is automatically blocked at the. For instance, look at this bottle. It shows 11/11/2024, and you don't know whether this is the expiry date or production date. I hope that this is production date because it is now December 2024. And another mechanism that was in place, and the figures prove that case, it was when the products were exported from Russian Federation, so-called pseudo export. For instance, we brought the product to Kazakhstan, but never ever did that product reach Kazakhstan because it was sold straight away. And the labels, these are common labels and in all the languages, Russian, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Belarus, Armenian. And when a person goes to the shop and sees this product, observes this product, and it looks quite the same, only we just forgot to pay for the excise mark or the customs duty. Another example is for instance, in one of the South Asian countries, the collection of empty bottles is widespread practice, because there is a very notorious brand, and specially trained people walk on waste bins and restaurants, and they collect these bottles, and then they use these bottles to replace the falsified drink, and you will never ever clarify whether it is a falsified drink or not, because the bottle that was used was that of the original product. So the labeling system that are spreading widely, especially particularly in Russia, they are trying to find out these channels. For instance, you have a control point, whether it is at the cash register, at the sales spot. These kind of schemes, unfortunately, do operate in other EAEU countries, because not all products have the labeling. In Russian Federation, lots of Western companies have quit Russian Federation, but we do have certain foreign products present in our market, and we can check that it was originally produced there and it was imported. We can check that. I'd like now to draw your attention on certain figures. The number of manufacturers, if we're now talking about data after the labeling was introduced, that is April 2023, the amount increased by over 1,700. The beer market is growing, and my colleague already mentioned that the beer companies are also registering in their register. And this proves that the industry, this sector, is growing and developing. Another aspect is that the consumer, thanks to this labeling practice, consumer is now having access to quality beer. Previously, quite often practice was the draft beer bottling. There were certain containers containing beer, that so-called eternal beer container, because the amount that was allocated inside did not coincide with what actually was going out of that container. So a labeling that was introduced in April 2024, and when the permission regime was introduced on cash registers, 18 million expired beer was detected since the introduction of labeling. So this is what allows to prevent and protect consumer rights. We've discussed similar things yesterday at the pharmaceutical session, tobacco session. This is a significant additional moment when the manufacturer receives all the information about the product and produces the good that is needed by the consumer, that consumer wants. There is no reproduction, because reproduction is also a bad thing. It affects adversely the environment. It means, like, most of the, if you have to reproduce something, it means that most of what you product goes to waste bins. and keeping the balance between the supply and demand, between the amount of produced goods and those that are in demand is essential. Regarding judicial, law enforcement aspect of your question, there should be certain interaction. These schemes should be recognized in other member states. We need to set up joint working groups with regards to maybe as under the Anti-Counterfeit or Eurasian Commission. These working groups should get rid of bureaucracy, should be very efficient and only meet and gather and discuss when it is necessary and introduce new practices. This is an international forum, and the combating counterfeit is essential to all the member states. Thank you very much. Your proposal shall be included in the final resolution of our forum. Moreover, we already have certain progress, and we are developing expert and consulting service commission under the EAEU. Hopefully, in the nearest future, we will be able to gather the experts of our 5 member states under the EAEU platform, because that is the large structure that allows a lot of things to do. In the meanwhile, there are certain restrictions and limitations. Therefore, it is always great to have such a large, mobile, and dynamic organization that helps this work to progress. Thank you very much. Tanin Leonid Viktorovich, are you online? Have you joined us online? Leonid Viktorovich.
So representative of the big company, they have their intellectual property. They have a good experience on the protection of the market from the counterfeit. You work in the CIS countries, and also you work very good in Eurasian Economic Union space. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the speakers that have already spoken. So it was interesting to hear about the battle that is the situation that happened in the foreign country. That I'm the representative of the company of intellectual property, and we protect the interests and in many countries. We have like good project in the sphere of protection from the alcohol counterfeit, and would like to share with some experience on the protection of our client and a big project. I will tell immediately that information will be a bit limited because it is connected with the client. He is our current client, and we have like the confidentiality agreement. So the permitted information I will provide here. It is so interesting. Nobody can name the brands. So it is very interesting. So it means that you can sell and use the market for your own benefit, but you cannot tell the name of the brand. I cannot tell the brand, but you can go website and reference to the link, through the link, and you can check. All our clients are there. When we are asked about the brands that they are foreign and they are now already not in Russia. Of course, they are anyway. They follow us. They are waiting when it will be open the Russian market. So they ask us to react to all changes and to all cases connected with them. Alliance against the counterfeit alcohol or alliance against the counterfeit spirits. So this alliance works since 90s and combats with the falsification and labeling the strong alcohol. And in accordance with this, you can see the website. This year, like in 2024, we defined together with law enforcement body 150,000 products. I cannot say whether it's a big or small number, but because I don't know the total number of the counterfeit. But anyway, I can say that it's a serious number because this number did not enter the market. So I can say why it is important. First, it impacts on the human health and the tax losses. So the manufacturer of counterfeits, they do not pay share to the budget, like share of income to the budget. So it's understandable that there is a law violation and violation of intellectual property, and it also facilitates the development of the criminal and the black market and the shadow business. So in the framework of our work, we have defined several facts that facilitate those violations. So this is a comprehensive issue. We cannot tell one reason, means what is the reason. So there are some manufacturers or consumers or a consumer that know that these are the counterfeit products, but they anyway choose them because of the maybe cost, and sometimes it's very difficult to define or to identify that the product is counterfeit because of the high level of its image. Also, because it's a beneficial, profitable job and work. From our experience, some illegal manufacturer of alcohol, for example, the conditions of the place they use, they try to keep it in a very high standards, like they keep them clean, and even sometimes they can meet the high requirements of production. So the information mostly connected with Russia. So we define also the counterfeit productions in Kazakhstan, also in some countries of European Eurasian Union. Yes, there are some inefficient moments or low implementation of the law. In different countries, there are different
conditions and terms, but still we have chance to improve the practice and the legislation that can combat the counterfeit. What we do under this program, we have like a comprehensive program. So our program is focused on consulting services. Beside the law support, we also provide trainings. Trainings for the law enforcement employees that are combating counterfeit, and it's going on very successful. And we are glad that law enforcement or the bodies, they provide the places or platforms for the trainings. So there's a police. For example, if it's in Kazakhstan, custom departments and the Ministry of Justice. As for the educational program, so we work together with websites and try to prevent and try to immediately take measures to prevent this counterfeit activities. If it's like big inspection or raid, so it's very useful to have the representative of law enforcement body in order to define the counterfeit goods. So these are the basic moments. We deal with strong alcohol drinks, wine and beer drinks, and other alcohol drinks. We do not work with them because the sphere last years are a bit changing, and in Russia we know that the gray market import is permitted. So that's why we are not dealing with them, and also we are not dealing with if, for example, somebody placing or working with a brand alcohol drink, we can, of course, develop or work like a single or separate project, but under the framework of EU, Eurasian Economic Union, we do not, unfortunately, work. So we try to react to all the cases, and we are interested also on defining and finding the violations with labels that can be connected with the counterfeit. For example, often we found the package of labels, and we try to prevent their entrance to the market. How do we cooperate with state bodies? We try to identify these goods. So the quality of falsification is very high, and often only small, for example, components or elements, because the law enforcement body employees cannot always identify the details, and that's why we should test together. Usually we do it on a remote basis. They can send the photos, and even the photos can be for us like an informative one, and we can define or identify the counterfeits. As for the inspection, yes, or tests. So we provide a conclusion or expert conclusion analysis about the good, so that has the information, all the criteria, whether it's counterfeit or the original. We are also involved to the investigation process. Yes, I will not stop deeply. So last time, the tendency is that there are so now the packaging system has is used with the help of boxes, not bottles. So Ukraine mostly used before this kind of packaging, but now Russia Federation also is using such kind of packaging. So mostly this kind of counterfeits connected with labeling are coming from China. And so, when they come to Russia and CIS countries, they're just assembling them, and now we have like online platforms where counterfeit of alcohol products are.
Sites or any other platforms of any kind. That is the main instrument of implementation. As I mentioned, the quality of counterfeit is growing, is improving, because quite often they use the original packaging, the original bottles, very high quality labels. Therefore, quite often it is very hard to define the counterfeit parameters. What problems and barriers do we face in our work? Clearly, problems occur all the time, only there are certain moments of general character. And the law as such operates quite well, and in Russia there are all the mechanisms in place that allow to combat effectively the counterfeit goods. However, in some other states there are certain issues or certain practice in place that does not allow to implement to full extent certain powers, certain regulations, and the legislative framework in those countries demands certain amendments. And corruption aspect is also a shared problem and a quite frequent problem. Certain limitations in terms of technical means exists, and some employees in some countries cannot use the video conference means like Zoom or Skype. They can only use Russian platforms as means of communications. We perceive that with certain understanding, and we try to adapt to these conditions, or we try to visit personally. Well, the modern reality does bring its own peculiarities. There is a certain trend within the law enforcement authorities. According to the existing practice, they don't quite often take the law as the basis. We refer to certain law norms, articles, but these authorities they hear us, but they sometimes alter the practice and alter the way of reacting, and we are quite glad that they do hear us and that feedback is positive. Another trend is maybe some excessive cautiousness. We try to provide conclusion and to justify our conclusions. We try, and the authorities alter certain patterns, certain practice that were developed for long ago in a very gradual progress. But in general, we can claim that the practice is improving. The law enforcement practice is improving. That is always me. Indeed, may I have your attention for a second, please? You mentioned the weak level of implementation of laws. What did you mean? Did you mean the illegal production of alcohol and spirits? It is dangerous. The fines are high, stakes are high. The civil code provisions are also high. Well, indeed, it is dangerous. There are certain mechanisms that are being implemented. What I meant, let me clarify. At Anti-Counterfeit, we quite often discuss with these subjects that deal with this type of activities, and we visit the sites, no matter the category of type, category of product, with alcohol, 100%, and unanimously we think that it is dangerous, and therefore these new forms of falsification. For instance, one consignment is supplied that totally meets the norms, and another consignment is delivered using other types of spirits. Well, indeed, there are lots of examples. For instance, we have the customs union, right? Because this is an international forum, allow me to bring this example. We have a customs union. Of course, we prefer to have more interaction between customs agencies of Russia, Kazakhstan, Armenia, and Kyrgyzstan. As far as I know, in Russia, we have the customs register of intellectual property items, but it only works at the national level. We do not have a shared, common customs register for the EAEU. And that would be one of the greatest tools to prevent the import of the counterfeit alcohol products within the Union. Hopefully, the restrictions at the moment are so strong that sooner or later any alcohol counterfeit alcohol product producers will be caught and punished. That is 100%. Well, indeed, I have no questions with the law enforcement authorities. We are cooperating in a constructive way. They are committed. They provide trainings. They are accepting new practices and introducing these new practices. That is indeed a reason to feel rather optimistic. Thank you. Dmitry Nikolaevich, you skipped our meeting earlier. We were discussing the research regarding cognac drinks. You represent Professional Kazakhstani Association, and you deal with a deep and detailed work, mainly on analytics, and I was quite impressed with the analytics and data that you possess. That indeed looks like a deep dive of analytics. You have a presentation, right? Yes, please launch my presentation. There are a couple of videos. Hopefully, we will be able to launch these videos. Well, we haven't seen any films so far. By Salt, good afternoon. This is Leonid Tanin. I am waiting also online. I am ready to present. Leonid, I can wait. It's okay. I am just letting you know that I was online, but somehow the connection wasn't in place. We are in Kazakhstan. People are very hospitable here. So even if you are joined on video, they are ready to give the floor to you. And I will check my presentation in the meanwhile. Would you kindly share how do you resolve what are the unique methods of combating counterfeit alcohol in Belarus? Dear colleagues, my topic today
As it was asked me to do my presentation, so I had only 1 day for preparation. So Svetlana said me that first it should be in Armenia, but it's pre-planned to carry out it in Kazakhstan. So about the alcohol, the counterfeit, combating counterfeit on alcohol. And the tobacco production. Please, can you just be short? Yes, I will try my best. Yeah, so on. It was first of all, it was the decree of Russian Federation in 1997 about the labeling of products by Russian Federation on compliance sign that will be protected by the counterfeit. So by first Deputy Prime Minister was given a question on geographic.
Года с привлечением инвестиций швейцарской компании Capital and Business Management было создано и зарегистрировано.
Holographic protection. So the joint enterprise Belarus and Switzerland in 2013 it was reorganized. Today it's very unique enterprise. The shareholders are the manufacturers of Belarus, it means Crystal, and the joint company Belalka. So also the Department of State Science of Republic Belarus and so the plant of Belarus in 1994 on the territory of Russian Federation, there was a falsification production manufacturer under the name of Belarus. So director Nikolai Trofimовich, who was the first who was interested on the holographic protection sign for the alcohol production. So with excise labeling, it was a bit difficult. They were protected by specific paints, and only after the finding the track with excise marks, with different paints, it was a bit different from the standard paint. It was decided to introduce holographic protection. So first it was unigrams, then crystal grams, then it was used as a crystal grams. So unigram is used with the polymer multi-level covers, and it has Polaroid covers. So it's a mechanical composition of not two groups, but not only this, but it's also keeps the protection elements of two sides, which is the task to protect. So what is crystallogram? So this is also the holographic, which is based on liquid crystals, and the usage of these liquid crystals provides like colorful image. So and it's made. So it means that excise marks creation is done by the Department of State Science with two plants. They are producing the second, the industry of Zao that provides to the Minsk factory relief and crystallogram. And the third is the closed company Atevesech, which supplies polymer multi-level cover. And as a result, in the Republic of Belarus, two decades access labels are protected. They protect the alcohol manufacturers and they guarantee the quality and original of the products and the combat with counterfeits and facilitate the tax payments. What I can say else? So all these tools like crystallograms, holograms, they are protected by patents. And indeed, myself as a this physician, so we are trying to use these technical means and provide the reliability of our excise labeling. So this holographic label should be sticked on the bottle. Yes, to all the alcohol drinks, all types of alcohol drinks should have this holographic sign. And what is good that it's easily can be controlled. So any consumer can scan and can define the originality of the product. What is important, it's not possible to make or to falsificate this holographic sign. It's fortunately not possible to make by the counterfeit manufacturers. So as it was said by our colleague, it's the low level of usage of this law. Thank you very much. Dmitry, please, floor is yours if your presentation is ready. So I'm the representative of the alcohol and nicotine-containing manufacturers. We are a professional station. We found our station in 2018. So our main principle of our work is social responsibility, social liability, and the open dialogue with all stakeholders, like with society, with business, and with the government. When we started our work, we had a bit difficult situation connected with illegal circulation of alcohol. We mostly work with alcohol, and the main reason is was the absence of trust between government or state and the business. So when we had first meeting with Deputy Minister of Finance, they rejected to accept our analytical materials, just pay for the access and you can go. But now we have a good dialogue with all the state bodies. So we've reached the good results. we are the responsible players of this area, of this sphere. So after the total analysis of the market, we have provided the results of a detailed report to all the stakeholders, including our competitors and players of the market. We've opens all the detailed and information as it is. So we have understood that the reality is different. So, for example, everybody says that we have the low prices for excesses. So we have done this analysis and we have submitted information this and price availability, affordability. And Kazakhstan was like almost the last on the price affordability. So we have proven that our access reached the low level. So, and we should focus on the problem of the sphere because this sphere was going to die. So we should count on average wage, but we should count on per capita. So report was contained 15 pages, and this information was really detailed. So we have reached success on the combating counterfeit, illegal circulation, and the main role was played by the law enforcement body, and of course, and the information was given and provided by us. If we before had several factories that had 3 shifts and provided like nighttime some kind of illegal production, but now we don't have this business type time changed. So you can see mostly they work in south part, specifically because there is like lack of vacant places for job. So usually it's a chain business. So they purchase labels and of course the containers, and they can use all this in garage, for example, the yard, yes, and then they can package them and distribute. And as a result, our association took unprecedented measures. So by defining or identifying these places of selling, so the real situation is a bit different in comparison with Russia. So it takes like 25% and 75% is trade shopping centers, like micro shopping places. So, and as a result, we started to receive information from distributors and transfer to the civil society that are active, that have active positions, active civil positions. Usually they have how to talk with the illegal producers or manufacturers. And without any bureaucracy, we have provided this information. So how does it work? So people should come in some of the shopping places and they define illegal products, and it's very easy even if you deal with this. So they should inform the seller his violation or error, and require the seller to sign some kind of statement that it will not be repeated. So we have more than 60,000 places all over the country. All people now are in the specific appropriate groups, and they can control, they can inform each other, and when they define such sellers, they usually stop this kind of business and do not repeat, because immediately the active groups and the law enforcement react to these business places. So voluntary groups, they also can detect, and they can detect the places and detect the manufacturing places, and they can find, as you see on the slide, the places where they organize this kind of packaging. If it's possible, you can switch on the video. Here you can see the explanatory work. So one of them is seller, the other is the law enforcement or the inspection group. So, and he's explaining that this is not the original product, this is counterfeit, and we usually use this kind of video or photos on our reports, analytic reports. So I believe it's enough. The cashier works very efficient. So our distributors work in the regions. For example, the growth of sale goes from 30 to 100%. So, and it works very well. And in conclusion, our proposals based on to make more strict and the regulations, because it's not enough just good or one product to file some administrative punishment, and to work with the business society, because we do explanatory work in different kind of spheres. So what is our responsibility? The control of supply chain is efficient topic, and it's to continue the topic of other speakers. It's not a secret that now manufacturers contribute or invest on the quality bottles, because it's very hard to restore or reproduce, because we know that it costs expensive, and that's why the counterfeit dealers, they use the second-hand or used bottles, and usually they they gather, they collect these bottles. Even they provide information what kind of bottles they are collecting and they can buy. So we've initiated the program of centralized collection of these bottles. Before it was like prohibited. I believe that it's a bit wrong position. So because under this centralized collection, usually the average economy, the average cost cutting is good amount. So because it also impacts on the carbon neutrality, to decrease the, and it's very good to use the used bottles. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? We have the last speaker. If there is no, so just to comment, to avoid the serious consequences for the citizens and the economy of our countries, it's necessary to adapt the regulations.
We have clarified the directions, and we do have competences and tools for work in place. And hopefully the cooperation of the state and the business community and social organizations will allow us to combat the counterfeit products and falsification. There is a quote that I like a lot. That is an old quote dated 18 June of 1718. Quote, for the first error, you will be punished and beaten. For the second mistake, you will be sent to hard works. For the third error, microphone is. Vladimir Lopatin. I'm the head of Republican Institute of Intellectual Property Research. During the 2 days of forums work, during the plenary session and seminars, we've heard a lot of information about registers and state information systems, including corporate information systems that were established and are underway. In this regard, I have some experience in state information systems elaboration with regards to intellectual property based on the state request. I would kindly remind that in Russian Federation, when they created about 20 state information systems, they faced the problem, the following problem. They receive various information and they do not exchange this information. Therefore, an intermediary, interagency information system was established to organize the work of all these information systems so that consumer will not interact separately with every single system, but will have one single window platform and have access to information on breakdown information. So my question in this regard is as follows. Regarding the counterfeit product, whether it's alcohol, tobacco product, legal, illegal product, did you ever question given the customs register of intellectual properties, given within the EAEU, the ETROS is not working. During 15 years, more than 20 legislative norms were introduced, but the system is not working despite the billions of rubles that were spent on it. So my question is also a proposal. I propose to consider the possible integration of this information resources that sit within various information systems but share one objective, because the consumer is the same. And regardless of the product, although we deem quality product and combating counterfeit product, and we deem consumer protection. So my proposal and question is, what do you think about it in terms of state and corporate interests? And second proposal, we've developed, based on the state requests and the National Fund of Social Insurance, we've developed corresponding standard that's called Digital Social Lawyer. Given the previous presentations during our forum, more than half of the claims were claims regarding the ill quality of product, and the corresponding regulation institutions probably were supposed to take into account this experience, because when you provide the service of social digital lawyer, when a consumer using the artificial intellect asks and gains certain consultations, receive the answers to simple questions, including the calculations of social benefits, etc., maybe it is useful to think about pre-trial settlement digitalization, so that complaints, the consumer would be able to provide this, to get this information independently, and that would simplify the work of control and supervision authorities. These are my two proposals. Given the fact that these ghosts are still active today, are still enforced today, and when we ask our representatives of law enforcement agencies and intellectual property agencies, do you know that there is an interstate ghost on the counterfeit level within the customs? That was 10 years ago in Kyrgyzstan, Bishkek, when we initiated this cost, and this standard was developed, approved. However, unfortunately, today a range of state bodies that are liable for intellectual properties protection, they do not know of the existence of this document, which means we need to go back to this proposal. I wanted to also comment on the fact that you have very high level of interaction between these two systems, right? I wanted to kindly remind that honest sign is for users, for consumers. It is called state monitoring system of the product turnover. What you've mentioned about regarding integration is crucial, and this question was in place when that state information system was developed. And literally a month ago, no less than 16 various interagency systems were integrated. Today, that has amounted by 20. And that is already giving fantastic results. Take, for instance, Mercury system, that's the commodity, that relates to commodities, and honest sign, that is a system on the end product. And when these two systems got integrated, we found ways to define, to detect falsifications and defects. These integration of these two systems allow to clarify that you cannot use 10 liters of milk to create 20 tons of butter. the same is the case with egoist system and integration with the egoist system that also provides a single shop principle. The objective is indeed to integrate the system so that both consumer and any citizen could get access to this system, and the controlling authority would also get access to all the information or data he or she needs. With regards to ghosts, I think you were quite right to remind the fact. But I believe that following our conference, we will have to revise that ghost. There was a parallel session with discussions on media, on counterfeit, ghosts, and defining the illegal product is quite essential.
Yes, it's also important moment. Yes, I also talked to the employees of different bodies because there is the fact of defining the counterfeits. It's actually a good impact. Because of this, there was, for example, close of some Instagram of illegal products, and the consequence also can be very bad, like sentence and other things. So we are dealing with the distribution of information, and also the Telegram chat of Anti-Counterfeit now has more information, more articles. Also, I'd like to highlight the question on trial actions. As implementation of the order of government, there is a platform portal where consumers can complain. All the complaints are worked out and then sent to by us to the authorized subjects or the law enforcement bodies, and everybody usually responded. You can just inform or send message on the product. Usually it's under the control of Rospotrebnadzor because it's their competence, and then the consumer will receive message that it was accepted, means your statement or your request is accepted. But we were talking about legal things, and because these applications are mostly for consumers. But if the case is about the trial, so yes, so your message will be included in document, and maybe we'll have a separate meeting and we'll discuss. So you are talking now. I have a question. You are talking about 2 hours, but did not say what bread we should buy. I hope that we will meet in Minsk in 2025 in the form of Anti-Counterfeit, and please applause to our speakers. So, dear participants, the International Forum Anti-Counterfeit, we can start. In this hall, we can see the credible participants, and during these 2 days, these participants are actively participating, and everything is interesting for them, and they are questioning themselves which session they will choose. So let's conclude our 2 days forum. These 2 days, we've touched many different topics in the sphere of intellectual property, and of course, these issues connected with management of and also protection of the trade sites and intellectual property on the marketplaces. And of course, we touched also the implementation of the alcohol products and the pharmaceutical control and the distribution of falsification goods. As we see from the topics of our session, the issue of intellectual property touches only music, some TV programs, and we have like list of questions that touch each of us. So we'd like to highlight that this international forum of anti-counterfeit confirmed and proved again its real relevance and the discussion of issues on the international level, the issues of intellectual property. I would like to say thank you to our co-organizers, Eurasian Economic Union and the International Station of Anti-Counterfeit, and due to their support, we managed to organize and carry out this forum in less than 1 month. Thank you for the moderator and the speakers that actively participated in our event, and I would like to say that we have carried out 1 plenary session and 11 additional sessions. We have first conducted together with the mass media, with the journalists, to show, to demonstrate the discussion of very meaningful issues. And I would like to say thank you to the participants from Armenia, from Kyrgyzstan. Of course, we had participants online and offline. Of course, we had participants from Russia Federation. Of course, the location, the geography is not limited by a union, but we had also participants from Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, and we have participants that came from Switzerland, European Union, from China. We had participants. So this is the evidence. This is the evidence of the interest from the participant side. Using the opportunity, this opportunity, I would like to thank you, moderators and speakers. Maybe one of the moderators will conclude. Yes, thank you very much. Really, we have conducted this, carried out with this forum. And yes, we had 1 plenary session and 11 sessions. Yes, but we were talking about the well-being of human, about health of human. It's not just a discussion platform, but we have indeed talked about the comfort and the well-being of human. Indeed, Kazakhstan showed new practices. So we had like session with journalists, and we have discussed the issues, how to submit this information. In Anti-Counterfeit, we have also discussed the tendencies when news is withdrawn from the context, and it can be showed like a tragedy and a catastrophe. But we should be on a positive position, that our audience can discuss also positive cases. So I have participated in the session on the topic of alcohol. We all understand that shops have good sales, and these consumers just trust to the shop. They can just, without checking the labels, can buy the goods. And it can impact on the health, and it can harm the health. So here in my session, representatives of honest sign, very good experts with the experience and the knowledge on the non-circulation of illegal circulation of alcohol. So I believe that we will transfer all the information to you and to the Eurasian Economic Union. Thank you very much to all. I would like to say thank you to all and each of you. Thank you very much. Yes, principle to a difficult point. If you will not say anything, of course, we will not have any result. So 2 days we have dialogue and discussion, and this is the basis to solve the problem. Let me just joke. If you remember at the beginning of 90s, when Gennady Hazanov said, when we still we have criminal, so we have internal affairs, and if we have internal affairs, we have criminal cases. So you should direct your activity and your talent to solve this. We are combating, as yesterday said Artur Borisovich, if we continue to try all the goods and services that worsen the lives. So first session, farm counterfeit, we were talking about the benefit of honest sign, and we understand that this is like a huge topic, and we have other categories like medical devices and medical products. So yes, surely the benefit will go to the honest sign. And Lyubov Igorevna said, if we say about the honest sign direct benefit, it will grow with. So if we talk about today's session, we were talking about the deep issues as the standardization, the assessment, compliance assessment. So And as example, we have taken several spheres, for example, supplements, food supplements, and pharmaceutical products, also building representatives and manufacturers of cable products. If we take as example, for example, the food supplements, and the Construction Association, they have self-regulated and made improvements. And during these 3 hours, we understand that we will not be able to discuss all in detail, but we will have the reason to meet again and to be in touch with all the participants and through online communication. I get information that all of us united by one reason, that we have we have common things, yes, common problems, common issues to be solved. And so we are gathered here with common ideas, common problems. So I believe that by uniting our forces, of course, we can reach the results that we want. I would like to give the floor to the representative of Eurasian Economic Union. Jean, floor is yours. Thank you, Shulpan Tokhtarovna. Of course, I would like to thank organizers, Ministry of Justice, Committee on Intellectual Property of Kazakhstan, and International Association of Anti-Counterfeit. Indeed, it was organized at a high level. It was very informative, and it was we had good topics to be discussed. I think that all the participants can highlight the atmosphere of a business discussion where you can exchange your opinions and experience, when the states can and from the other side, we have another point, that this forum atmosphere that this forum is unfortunately ending, finalizing, and we should leave yes, this place. But anyway, we will unite, we will join our efforts, and we'll direct our efforts to resolve, yes, and to combat the counterfeit, such an illness. And the trust of the government will only grow. Thank you very much, Alexander Yurievich. Floor is yours. Thank you very much. I will be short, very short. So the volume of information that was given in the session, so there are 2 points. First, how much we reached and how good we worked. And this is really a good experience. And second is what good prospects we have for further cooperation, for further development of our cooperation. We really did good job. We do not have even imagine what we've done. We've done a lot. So under this forum, yes, this is the tool that will help us to resolve some issues and problems. Yes, we've said that we do not have this and this and that, and we have shared why we do not have. And this is the collaboration and the prospect to cooperate, and for new platforms, and we have exchange with information and the contacts. The second session was connected with a good topic. It was about trademark and about its counterfeit, and
для методического осмысления.
Provides us with great material for recognition of what we have implemented and to self-reflection. We have demonstrated, as part of our sessions, we've demonstrated the highest possible level, and we need to preserve this level. Information should be elaborated. We should forward this information, this data, to state authorities, to business community. Business, I need to highlight, business is quite active and progressive in this regard. Thank you very much indeed. We've done quite well. I'd like to give the floor now to Svetlana, but before, I'd like to highlight that during these 2 days, we've observed that combating counterfeit products does not limit only with the consumer protection or protection of trademark holders, but that is also, first and foremost, the protection of economy, protection of well-being and health of citizens, the trust building from consumers, consumer trust building towards manufacturers and towards the products that we have in our shops. As long as we continue providing this protection of the intellectual property, we will result in foster and growth. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to our colleagues from Kazakhstan, from Eurasian Economic Commission, because during preparation to sessions, we've elaborated a team that had a very quick response to what is being discussed. A very close interaction took place. The problems emerged and resolved quickly, and this unification helped us to implement this event successfully. Also, our forum wouldn't have been carried out with such a warm attitude had the Kazakhstani party, had they not have this attitude of hospitality and warm regard. Yesterday, during our session, we've noticed certain ambience of a very open-mindedness, transparency. People were exchanging their opinions, and the dialogue turned out to be very fruitful. It engaged the state authorities, business communities, social organizations. And that was probably my first time when I faced two flows facing each other. On behalf of Russian Federation, there were certain proposals, and same proposals were provided by other states. In the meanwhile, all the states were discussing that the problem of illegal tobacco circulation is crucial and essential to states because this is an excise product that forms the budget of states. And we also highlighted the necessity to join efforts in this fight because it is not possible for one country to cope with this, as this is a transport problem. In the meanwhile, during the same session, different countries were actually talking about the same things, but in different wordings. And there was a proposal to establish a certain authority within the EAEU that would be explicitly fighting the illegal circulation of products on a permanent basis, and not only with regards to tobacco products, but with regards to all types of products. And this authority would be working on a free of charge basis and would engage all the representatives of, be it state authorities, business, or manufacturers. That was probably the most significant proposal that we shall reflect in our joint resolution, the final resolution of the conference. Hopefully we will this implement in practice, and I kindly ask all the moderators of our sessions during the nearest 2-3 days, would you kindly prepare resolutions by each session so that we would be able to develop the final resolution of the forum, and we will allocate that resolution on our official website. You have the contacts of the organizers. Whoever you choose to forward this resolution or proposal, please kindly send your proposals and ideas for us to be able to allocate a large, informative, quality document, final resolution. In conclusion, I'd like to once again express my gratitude to every single person who was able to arrive in Astana or join us online, because we are all working on the same objective, and we can only fight the counterfeit jointly in united. Thank you. Thank you very much, Svetlana Viktorovna. Indeed, only joint endeavors can bring fruits. There is a saying, one is not a warrior at a battlefield. So if we engage all the institutions and agencies, we will be able to succeed. Before I give the floor, allow me to make an announcement. We're about to finalize our forum at 3 p.m. in front of the exit, in front of the AIFC. An excursion bus will be waiting the guests to join our city tour, which will last about an hour. And 4 p.m. or 10 past 4 p.m., the excursion bus will take us to theater named after Kuanishbayev, where at 5 p.m. we shall start our 20th Jubilee ceremony of awarding the winners of Shapagat Republic contest, following a concert with the participation of Kazakhstani artists. We welcome you all. Thank you very much. During the plenary session, we've already awarded for their commitment in counterfeit combating, and we would like to continue that ceremony and continue rewarding our colleagues who during this year were marked as laureates of for combating the counterfeit. Bakenov, Lorian Bakhajanova, head of the Economic Activity Committee of the Eurasian Economic Commission. Head of the Department on Customs, Tariff and Non-Tariff Regulation of the Eurasian Economic Union, Kazaryan Vagen Rodolfovich. He's not present, unfortunately, but his colleague will forward it to him. Misnikova Yekaterina Andreevna, Deputy Head of the Entrepreneurship Development Department, Economic Commission. And Natalia Vladimirovna is also in Moscow. Paisot, please kindly forward this. Council of the Customs, Tariff and Non-Tariff Regulations Department under the Eurasian Economic Commission. Kadergulova Antilia Mukaeva, please, we kindly invite you to stage. Consultant of the Intellectual Property Protection Department of the Eurasian Economic Commission. We would also like to reward Dmitry Topolsky, the technical chief officer who was supporting our conference, our forum, and his team did a great job to carry out this forum smoothly. Jakselekova Botagos, Vice Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Abdreeva Sholpan Toktarovna, Chairman of the Committee on Intellectual Property Rights under the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Shertashova. We all know her as Inkara, that's why we skip her surname. Head of Development and International Cooperation Unit. Не слышно, микрофона нет. Microphone is not turned on. We now. Good afternoon. I have an honor to continue the award ceremony of the colleagues who are present in the hall. Sibagatova Ashel Maratovna, Head of the Intellectual Property Rights under the Department of Justice, Astana City. Kapyshev Rinat Gonshpekovich, Chief Expert on the Management of Industrial Property of the Intellectual Property under the Ministry of Justice. Since yesterday, we have Nurmagomedov Jannat, the partner of a legal firm. Abdezov Mukhtar Bakhidjanovich, Chief Expert on Management in Copyright Management and Related Rights in Intellectual Property, Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And Zhuldabayev Orken is also present in the hall. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank all the participants and organizers, co-organizers of our forum. I'd like to express gratitude to AIFC for this platform, and I'd like to express gratitude to our technical team, Dmitry Topolsky, and I think our connections both offline and online was on a very high level. And undoubtedly, a huge thanks goes to our interpreters, thanks to whom we were able to communicate all that we've been discussing here, not only to the Russian-speaking or Kazakh-speaking population, but also to those who speak English only. And we've coped to provide seamless communication with the help of these teams. Thank you very much. We thank all of you and safe trip. See you soon.